20 years to have your house. Now it's 25 years to get approved for your house. Okay. Yep. Fuck, I miss COVID. Yep, we felt that too, apparently. It's not that I'm looking for royalty. Mm-hmm. Or we can stop fucking abandoning houses. Like, these guys investments in real estate. Of course, you like to build more fucking houses. And then you guys fucking bring in immigrants and dump them off in front of the homeless shelter that's already full. Because you guys think budget balance and stuff. You fucking idiot. Oh, fucking jackass. You're funny. All right. fuck do you just say 38? 38 what? Yeah, definite coin. That'll solve the problem. Oh, fucking. You were smart. You put your money in gold. Yeah, buy gold. That's the gold stuff. You fucking idiot. Fucking time. Yeah, so you bring more immigrants up the fucking demand so you can supply more. Can't. Can't do it. Huh? Huh? Was that you?
I don't know. I said it when you left from upstairs. Yeah, I said that.
Oh my god. Thank you. Please
with your fucking mom scent. I'm not a huge fan of how she introduces herself. Hey everyone! Hi everybody! Another one? You sure? Oh, I thought you ate the one before supper.
What?
Oh, you already had like two. Want a bite? I bit my own finger today. I remember when I was eating. I remember when I was eating, but
But I know when you were eating, you're prepared.
um, I told you my therapist said you can't say that to me anymore. It was really abusive. Fuck. Okay. Fuck. Oh wow. That is fucked. That is so retarded. Interesting. Oh yeah. Awesome. fuck? Kip. No. Thank you. Oh my god. Just one fucking thing after the fucking other. Okay. Yeah. You gotta be fucking kidding. I just don't have the fucking energy for this nonsense. What? Why? I hate this thing. This is the fucking shittiest fucking piece of garbage I've ever bought in my life. Unreal. Oh. 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 Buh. Buh. It smells like my keyboard fucking had a dead animal on it. What? Did I fix what chair? Oh, my chair? No, I did not. But I got better ones up from the trash, so. Are you comfortable with farting on stream? Yep. Okay. What the fuck? That's great. Yeah, unfortunately. Chat rat for life. Third gen chat rat. Fucking stupid. Couldn't fucking pay me to go back. Go! grab. Oh my fucking god. I swear to god, if I fucking hear one more fucking thing about aliens, I'm gonna freak out. Oh my god, that's the best. What could the Canadians score more? Oh my god. Oh man, that was fucking hard. Oof, that was brutal to watch. Mm. It's a trap. It is a trap. Oh. Oh. Oh dear. Oh, you have to come back and kick me with this? Do. Oh, yo, mic dropped, but like not really because fuck, that was super fucking upsetting. The fuck, dude? Okay, I'm not fucking doing this shit. Fucking years.
Jordan Peterson, a renowned clinical psychologist, now sees that pillar crumbling in Canada. After tweeting his opinions, regulatory authorities have targeted him with the prospect of disciplinary action, including threats to suspend his clinical license. In this video, Dr. Peterson provides rare insight into the fight for liberty of expression in Canada. He discusses the complaints filed against him, the basis for his opinions, and most alarmingly, the attempts to force him into ideological re-education and control his speech. Dr. Peterson exposes the dark turn against open discourse taking place in Canada, as legal threats and government overreach try to dictate what opinions are acceptable to voice. He contends that citizens must take responsibility to counter this authoritarian creep or risk sliding toward tyranny. Average Canadians, he argues, can still make a difference through political participation. Our fate depends on whether everyday people choose to define, confirming his intent to undergo any mandatory liberty and the future of
approximating freedom of speech. And if I can't have that opinion, and therefore, in principle, no one can, then what do we do when we're stuck with a prime minister, let's say, who everyone has decided is the worst prime minister the country's ever had? You know, here's a man who couldn't even tell the truth about his marriage.
I guess one of the problems I see is, right, so you're in a good position to fight this, even though it is seriously costing an arm and a leg. And it's time consuming and it's stressful. But at least you're not reliant on your clinical practice for a livelihood, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to other people. What's the average Canadian supposed to do when they're living in a society like this? Like, how do you, because in my opinion, I honestly don't know if you can win this. I think Canada is crooked and woke very, very deep down.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily see this going in a good direction for the license police in Ontario. What are average people supposed to do to try and stop their society from going in this kind of direction? Because it feels like I moved. I just ran away. It was like, I'm out of this country. I'm going to America. It has its problems for sure, but at least there's freedom of speech built in there. What's the average Canadian do to fight back against this?
Get involved in the political process at whatever level we can. Get involved in the school boards. Get involved in the political parties. Get involved in local elections. Volunteer for election. Start differentiating between the false government, state-funded legacy news and actual news, if you can do that, even though that's becoming possible in Canada too, because Canadians can't get news. It's like, look, here's the rule, Mick. This is the rule. All responsibility on the political front, abdicated by the average citizen, will be taken up by tyrants and used against you. And so you either take responsibility for this, which means to get involved in the political process, or you suffer the consequences. Now, you know, a young person might be thinking, well, what could I do? And I would say, you know, that's actually not a good attitude. And I mean that because what you'll find if you're young, if you go volunteer for a political campaign, let's say, first of all, you're going to learn a lot. You're going to sharpen your political beliefs. You're going to learn how to put an argument forward, and then if you're confident and hardworking, you're going to find that avenues of opportunity open for you on the political front so quickly that you can hardly imagine it. And that's partly because most political organizations are chronically short of help and absolutely chronically short of competent help. And so if you step into the political arena, you learn to speak more fluently, you put your arguments together, you learn to be more responsible, you take the responsibility onto yourself and strengthen yourself as a consequence, you keep the country on the straight and narrow, and you keep it free, and all sorts of opportunities would emerge for you. And so that's what you do. Now, people don't do that, and it's partly also because they're taught, oh, you know, the whole system is so corrupt that nothing can be done about it. It's like, well, if that's the case, you're in real trouble. And if it's not the case, take advantage of the opportunity. Get out there. Do something about it. You know, you're a citizen. It means you have some responsibility. If you're a citizen without responsibility, you're headed for slavery. Simple as that. That's how the world works. You don't stand up for yourself. Obviously, the people who will exploit you, obviously.
Crucial points emerge about the immense challenges average citizens face in upholding freedom and democracy. Attempting to fight corrupt systems can require extreme personal costs, yet avoiding such responsibility abets tyranny. Navigating these difficulties requires strategic participation in political processes, even for citizens lacking power or resources. Democracy relies on people taking ownership of societal problems, engaging actively to elect reform-minded leaders, and backing civic organizations that keep public institutions accountable. Though daunting, grappling with flaws embedded in the system leads resignation and apathy. Young people questioning, what can I do, would discover unforeseen growth by volunteering on campaigns, sharpening their convictions and skills. Beyond benefiting individually, their small actions magnify into the collective vigilance essential for preserving liberty. With wisdom and concerted local effort, citizens can gradually transform even encrusted bureaucracies. The road won't be easy or quick, but it holds more hope than escaping to some promised land unaffected by creeping totalitarianism.
I think that the fundamental bedrock of our institutions is still solidly enough in place, although it is threatened, that we don't have to walk down this increasingly authoritarian route. And, there's some positive signs. One of them being, for example, that the bloom is off the Trudeau rose. Here's a man who couldn't even tell the truth about his marriage.
Je voudrais goûter un vrai café italien, s'il vous plaît. Qu'est-ce que le vrai café italien?
L'espresso.
Vous pourriez faire un café noir?
La pizza qualità, des grains 100% arabica mélangés à la perfection. La pizza. Bible prophecy predicts that conflict in the Middle East will affect every living person on earth, including you. But when?
Final battle for earth. It's often called the Battle of Armageddon. That name calls up alarm and fear. Said to the right voice, it can shake you. And frankly, it should.
This battle will occur in Jerusalem as armies fight against the returning Jesus Christ. Understanding history and prophecy about the Middle East are key to spiritual preparedness in your life. Watch When Will Peace Come to the Middle East? Now at beyondtoday.tv. You need to know what your Bible says is going to happen.
What's the alternative? You said, for example, you left. Well, there were business reasons for that too, because it does turn out that the States is a place much more straightforward to do business in the United States. Yeah, most people who are watching listening will not know that Canadians now make 60% as much as Americans do. 60%. And the gap is growing.
A tweet on January 2nd in which Dr. Peterson responded to an individual who expressed concern over overpopulation. That's how it's worded. And your response was, you really need an endpoint.
The person actually said, just so we get this right, that there were too many people on the planet. Now, I'm not very happy with that statement at all. Because I listen to what people say. And when people say, well, there should only be 500 million people on the planet because that's what the planet can sustain, I think, what do you plan to do with the other 7,500,000,000? They're inconvenient, are they? And what you think they should be dispensed with? Just exactly what the hell are you saying? And if you think that there are too many people, well, what makes you so sure that you're not one of them? Especially if you're the one that's concerned about it. Well, who is it? Is it the Africans who don't get to have fossil fuels, for example? Is it people all over the world, the poor people who are multiplying so rapidly they're devouring the planet's resources? Should they all go? Yeah. And so I have absolutely no qualms whatsoever about calling someone out on it, especially when I'm doing it obviously ironically.
Valid concerns emerge over proposals to arbitrarily limit human population. Such rhetoric thinly veils an alarming mindset that fellow human beings are problems to be dispensed with for the convenience of an entitled few. Even if resource scarcity intensifies, no one has the moral authority to dictate which groups deserve existence based on productivity, geography, or development status. Every single life innately matters. Incisive questions arise. Who decides the cutoff for so-called excess people? By what benchmark do we measure a person's value to qualify them for continued survival? There are certainly no easy fixes to ecological crises or poverty, but the answer assuredly cannot include arrogating moral authority to sacrifice masses judged insignificant. The sanctity of life transcends utilitarian rationalizations. Progress demands inclusive, ethical solutions that uplift humanity in all its diversity. People of conscience must denounce and work to reform systems that dehumanize. With open hearts and willpower, we can collaborate on innovations and policies preserving both precious lives and natural resources. But an enlightened path forward ruled by wisdom never savors of disposing lives for some greater good. Deep wariness is warranted over the language of population control and forced limits, as history shows where such ideas lead. The duty remains to overcome challenges together while respecting everyone's right to exist.
The people who are struggling to put food on their table and to keep their air conditioners on, to keep their heaters on in the winter, they're not playing moralistic games on the planetary savior side of things. You know, they're just trying to scrabble forward with a certain degree of hope. It's appalling to see the left support this, for example, because in principle, the left is the voice of the underclass, let's say. And it's obvious that the progressives will sacrifice the poor to nature, right? To nature worship, to Gaia, this imaginary catastrophe that justifies degrowth, for example. What the hell do you think degrowth means? I don't think that means starving poor people.
So there's another one that kind of goes along with that, where you're clearly joking, and that this is what they say. So this is from the Joe Rogan podcast. Speaking about air pollution and child deaths, Dr. Peterson said, "It's just poor children, and the world has too many people on it anyways."
Yeah.
Which is clearly sarcasm. That's in there, though.
Yeah, well, that's, and those are the, so just so everybody's watching and listening knows, so, you know, someone can take out a complaint by going and filling out a form at the Ontario College of Psychologists website, so if anybody out there is inclined to complain some more, just go ahead and do it. But the college doesn't have to pursue those complaints because they can define them as vexatious and just troublemaking, right? So it isn't even only that members of the public, the millions of people that I communicate with, let's say, are prone to complain, but the college itself decided that that was sufficient grounds to limit my license and to force me into re-education. Of course, they're not doing it for disciplinary reasons. If I'm required to undergo the retraining, I will undergo the retraining, and I will tape it, and I will broadcast it, and then everyone else can decide. And everyone else can decide for themselves just exactly what the hell's going on, and whether or not I contemplated my words, whether or not I thought through everything I said carefully, whether or not I have any grounds for my opinions. You know, I don't say things that I haven't thought about, and thought about a lot.
An incisive critique emerges of how extreme environmentalism threatens the livelihoods of marginalized groups. Well-meaning concepts like reducing consumption and emissions frequently enable elitism, where affluent nations or individuals attempt enforcing their comfortable standards globally. Increased access to heating, cooling, and nutrition remains vital for basic dignity and functioning. No moral person can justify depriving impoverished families of life-saving resources, so the privileged can virtue signal about sustainability. Progress requires nuance between different regions and classes needs when forming environmental policy. Any solutions harming vulnerable people's prospects betray an impersonal tunnel vision, prioritizing hypothetical future conditions over real individuals pressing daily survival needs. Distaste is warranted for the language of population control and prioritization couched in environmental appeals. The left especially should champion equity, understanding statistics on overpopulation rarely consider distribution problems from inequitable resource consumption. Global crises demand compassion, drive, so all humans can thrive sustainably, not some people imposing deprivation on others they deem expendable. More than ever, broad cooperation is needed, uplifting those farthest behind first. No one should face existential threats to appease abstract statistical goals when viable alternatives exist that take care of both people and planet. Importantly, voices emerge giving representation to marginalized populations too commonly offered up for sacrifice.
Consultez la circulaire numérique pour trouver des aubaines sur tout ce que vous cherchez et activez vos récompenses triangles pour obtenir encore plus. Que ce soit pour votre voisin ou pour vous, magasinez plus intelligemment chez Canadian Tire, magasin et en ligne.
Okay.
Originally created by a government defense agency, but it quickly became a platform for the growth of a new industry worldwide, offering a wide range of attractive products and services. As the web became popular with hundreds of millions of users, intelligence agencies like the NSA decided to use it for its own purposes. An instrument for global communication soon became a tool for massive spying, part of a surveillance industrial complex. The vast super-secret national security agency took to the internet like a fish takes to water. There is an often invisible but deep connection between a high-tech government intelligence service and the corporate world, as well as tensions between the companies, their customers, and the government. It works on many levels. First, the intelligence agency works with thousands of businesses who offer services and provide contractors. Some of the big ones are on an NSA advisory panel, and others are deeply complicit with its global spying and surveillance mission. At the same time that many are criticizing government spying, customers are pressuring their phone and internet companies, accusing them of violating their privacy. Here's one case documented in this chart shown in a lawsuit proving that AT&T set up a special room to intercept calls the government wanted to spy on. All of this collusion upsets the CEO of another tech company, Roy Singham of ThoughtWorks.
The sad part about this is it's really something that is undermining commerce, it's undermining privacy, it's undermining security. It is so hypocritical what these companies and governments have done to something that could have been so revolutionary, so important to human race, this globalization of the internet economy, and it's being destroyed by this collaboration.
The NSA is proud of its partnerships with many companies, as these documents, released by Edward Snowden, makes clear. The agency has made deals with corporations that provide data in exchange for information on threats against their operations, as these formally secret documents show. The relationship is documented in journalist Glenn Greenwald's book, No Place to Hide. This leaked graphic refers to what the NSA calls strategic partnerships. 80 major global corporations involved, including well-known computer, telephone, and internet companies. This graphic outlines the specific targets of NSA collection: email, video and voice chats, photos, stored data, and more. This document for fiscal year 2012 shows a 32% increase in cooperation from over 45,000 companies. The agency reports a strong growth in data from Google, up 63%, Facebook up 131%, and Skype up 248%. We asked NSA whistleblower Russ Tice about these partnerships.
It seems as if a lot of the technology companies are actually being paid to share their quote data with the NSA.
Absolutely. And in some respects, I have a little bit of sympathy for some of these companies because if a carrot is, now, a carrot is, oh, by the way, we're going to pay you millions and tens of millions of dollars and beef up your bottom line for this information. This is, if you don't give us the information, we're going to make life miserable for you. We're going to cut back on your government contracts, and as the CEO of Quest Communications pointed out, we're going to put you in jail if you find something that you really don't want to do. And I think he just got out of jail just a couple months ago.
Companies are often ordered to supply information for which they are paid. This is an actual court document showing that NSA requests to a foreign intelligence surveillance court results in orders to the company. The companies like this process because they can then claim they are being forced to cooperate and not because of all the money they make.
So in other words, there is intimidation, actually. This is really almost mafia-like.
Absolutely. This is extortion and blackmail.
Qu'est-ce qui fait qu'un œuf burn green est un œuf burn green?
But some of these companies engage in spying themselves. Challenges to Google's use of Street View cars is on its way to the Supreme Court. Their role has the attention of Martin Smith, a producer at the PBS Frontline program. Smith says that businesses in Silicon Valley helped create the surveillance state.
That the cell phone that you carry tracks everything, everywhere you go. It decreasingly tracks what you buy. Your email is scanned so that advertisements can be placed, but it's creating a turnkey surveillance state that is that everybody is participating in. It's not just journalists and their sources, but everybody is exposed. Their information, Google knows more about you than any institution on the planet at this point.
But these companies want you to sign privacy agreements. They claim to be protecting your privacy.
Well, they are. They do have privacy agreements, and if you took the time to read them, perhaps you could make a rational decision, but you never get out of your house. You'd be there reading these privacy agreements for months on end.
Alfredo Lopez runs an internet business to empower citizens.
When you're a customer of a company, you sign a privacy agreement with them. They want you to, they have an implied contract with you to actually ensure that your data is treated confidentially and private. But they've broken that, haven't they, many of them?
They've broken it. They also, you have to really be careful. Google collaborates with the U.S. government. It's on a bunch of committees with the U.S. government. And its privacy and data protection agreement has more holes than a piece of Swiss cheese. So they can do literally anything they want with your data. In fact, Google writes into its Gmail agreement the ability to actually read your email. They claim it's for marketing purposes. But the same apparatus they use to read your email can also be used by some government official to figure out what it is you're talking about, and who it is you're talking to.
So this is a battleground, isn't it? Between the desire of people to communicate without being spied on, and the insistence by the government to spy on them. That is correct.
The companies require privacy agreements like these that customers think protect them. But many of these agreements are written by lawyers who know how to conceal or sanitize their real meaning. The language is deceptive, writes critic Wolf Richter. They're all doing it. They're part of the enormously hyped bubble of big data, whose business model is to collect and monetize your personal information, which has become part of a new asset class. And seeing this, the NSA is dying of data envy. At the same time, initially at least, most of the big companies would not discuss their involvement or deny it. Larry Page of Google said, press reports that suggest that Google is providing open-ended access to our users' data are false, period. Facebook's chief security officer, Joe Sullivan, said, we do not provide any government organization with direct access to Facebook's servers. Later, Mashable reported Google, Microsoft, Yahoo, and other tech giants knew of the existence of the secret NSA surveillance program, PRISM. NSA's general counsel says tech companies were aware of PRISM, they just didn't know it was called that.
Early on in the debate, there were some statements by companies who may or may not have been involved in the program saying, well, we never heard of PRISM. But whether they ever heard of PRISM, any company from whom information was being obtained under 702 knew that it was being obtained.
Correct. Prison is just an internal government term that, as a result of the leaks, became a public term. But collection under this program is done pursuant to compulsory legal process that any recipient company would have received.
According to Tom Gillen, a correspondent for the National Public Radio, the NSA and many companies signed on to an ESF, Enduring Security Framework, to work together in a mutually rewarding way.
As part of what's called the Enduring Security Framework, chief executives of top U.S. corporations are brought to Washington 2 or 3 times a year for a one-day classified briefing. For each session, the CEOs get special top-secret clearances so they can be told about the latest in cyber weaponry. They can then go back to their companies and take steps to deal with the threats they hear about, threats they may not previously have taken seriously.
Suddenly, tech companies began spending millions to boost their images.
Oublie pas le meilleur. Voici Frank's. Frank's Red Hot. Le mélange parfait de goût et piquant. Et bonne.
Right now, we exist in a surveillance state. I have no doubt in my mind that we have, the corporate players and the government spies have put in place a mechanism where they can monitor almost everything at real time, and to assume that our secret policies, which are judged by courts that are secret, and issue mandates that are secret, to believe that this secret mechanism will safeguard us from devolving into a police state, I think, is really the height of recklessness.
Al Jazeera published emails showing a close personal relationship between Google execs and NSA. Journalist Glenn Greenwald says,
there almost is no division between the private sector and the NSA, or the private sector and the Pentagon when it comes to the American national security state. They really are essentially one.
Here's just one list of NSA private contractors.
And this goes back before 9/11. The NSA was increasingly, in the internet age, was increasingly going out to the defense, military, industrial defense, intelligence, and granting very, very large contract vehicles in the billions and billions of dollars to quote unquote solve the big data problem, to solve the intelligence problem of the digital age.
Former NSA executive Thomas Drake told us a less expensive in-house surveillance program was later junked and replaced by one built by a private contractor, SAIC, at a much higher cost.
The dark secret, right, which I continue to talk about, is at the very best of American innovation. It's already solved the problem. They just chose to ignore it. One particular program is called ThinThread, and it was developed for just over $3 million, but it didn't stand a chance against a program called Trailblazer, which was $4 billion. When it was awarded, it was great fanfare as a flywheel contract, the flagship program, which would take NSA into the digital age. And that was in the spring of 2000. In fact, I was again told by the number 3 who I reported to, says, you got to be at least 10 million to even get noticed. And 2, ThinThread came out of it was a signals, we call it Signals Intelligence Automation Research Center, otherwise known as SARC, it was really a center of excellence for.
But it was internal.
Internal, had about a dozen people, right? And guess what?
It was replaced by a
$4
billion project.
That $4 billion project had been already awarded. It was the corporate solution. You did not challenge the corporate solution, even though the acquisition regulations, the contract regs, require you to determine if there are any alternatives or existing solutions that meet the requirements. They just, because you're outsourcing. This is a choice, another critical strategic decision by General Hayden, which was we're going to buy the solution, not make it. There was no in between.
Working for spy agencies can become a company's profit center. The conglomerate that Edward Snowden worked for reportedly made over $1 billion servicing defense agencies like NSA.
Silicon Valley is escalating pressure on President Barack Obama to curb the U.S. government surveillance programs that vacuum personal information off the internet and threaten the technology industry's financial livelihood. A coalition that includes Google, Apple, Yahoo, Facebook, and Microsoft lashed out in an open letter printed Monday in major newspapers. The crusade united 8 companies that often compete fiercely against each other, but now find themselves banding together to limit the potential damage from revelations about the National Security Agency's snooping on web surfers.
As exposés of the corporate role mounted, foreign companies no longer wanted to do business in America.
Yep.
Oh my god.
There are reports rolling in saying that U.S. businesses are feeling fallout overseas from the NSA spying revelations. You normally wouldn't make the connection, but other countries are actually thinking twice now about buying goods that are made by U.S. companies.
Even Julian Assange of WikiLeaks commented on how American companies were being hurt.
You know, I've been involved in the tech industry for a long time. I know my friends in the US are really hurting as a result of NSA, what has happened in the NSA. As far as the outside world is concerned, the United States has become an archipelago of coercion, where any person you're dealing with in business at Google, or Facebook, or Yahoo, or a telecommunications company might have become secretly an agent of the National Security Agency because they're ordered to do so by the FISA court, and they're forced to keep that secret, or through the mechanism of national security with it.
One study reported that the U.S. cloud computing industry could lose as much as $36 billion in business. Even as companies challenged NSA access, a top-secret court that oversees surveillance has time and time again ruled for the NSA. Some companies like Microsoft published a secret internal manual to show employees how to cooperate with government requests. This one was leaked. This manual shows that the company set up a special portal for government agencies to make requests. Google decided to publicize the growing number of requests for information they were receiving to show how transparent they are. Then, for PR reasons, many companies began pressuring the government publicly to reform NSA.
You know, so frankly, I think that the government blew it, right? I think that they blew it on communicating what they were, basically the balance of what they were going for here with this. So, you know, the morning after this started breaking, there were like a bunch of people asked them what they thought. And the government's comment was, oh, don't worry, basically we're not spying on any Americans. Right? And it's like, oh, wonderful. Yeah, it's like that's really helpful to companies who are trying to serve people around the world and really going to inspire confidence in American internet companies. It's like, thanks for going out there and being really clear about what you're doing. So I think that was really bad.
Some companies are now defying the NSA. Others say the government is irresponsibly blaming them unfairly. The tech industry is less thrilled that the White House is shining a light on their data collection practices through its big data report. Companies issue to turn its attention back to how the NSA collects private
arrogance of American corporate government language, in my opinion, since the 50s. You know, when what's good for General Motors is good for America. And I think it's time that the businesses in the rest of the world took notice of this monopolization by U.S. corporations and said, this is not good for our countries, it's not good for our clients, it's not good for our customers, it's not good for the world.
At this
Je trouve ça explorer ma créativité à travers mon appareil photo. J'aime les défis et c'est ce que la photographie m'a offert. J'ai hâte de voir la suite.
Demandez à votre professionnel de la santé si Kaisna vous convient.
At the same time, they've made videos like this to show the public how they handle requests for information on their customers.
In the course of a criminal investigation, sometimes the government requests information on Google users. Here's how we protect users' information from excessive requests, while also following the law. Let's say that federal authorities want information from Google about user Q922. Google protects your rights by upholding the Fourth Amendment. The law requires authorities to use a search warrant when seeking private content, like email. If there's enough evidence to support an application for a search warrant, the investigator heads to court. The judge inspects the application and, if satisfied, issues a search warrant.
Freya Lopez, videos like this give the impression that these companies are being sensitive to customer concerns.
They say a range of things. Most of the time, the people that we interact with and the bodies that I'm with, and when I go to different activities, that, you know, with hotsy-totsy people, they pay for your lunch and dinner. They say, you're right, Alfredo, and we're working on that. Or it's another, see, everything is so compartmentalized and divided that it's a self-protection. They can protect themselves. They also, here is the problem. To see the picture this way, you have to have the politics to see the picture. And that's what I keep saying to people that I talk to all the time.
I think as somebody in the tech sector, something's more upsetting to me is the lack of vigilance in the first place of the corporations and their hypocrisy in the defense of this, and they have no real plan to put pressure on the United States government or international bodies to protect their own citizens. So we're a global business. You know, I operate in 30 countries. We have people working in 50 countries right now. We have consumers, we have businesses in all these countries, most global businesses. Who am I accountable to? Am I not accountable to my clients in India or to my clients in South Africa? Of course I am. You can't pretend that you like global business and then you think it's okay that one country and one set of companies, corporations have this unlimited license to exploit and spy on the rest of the world.
You cannot proceed from the premise that the government has the right to conduct surveillance against you or anyone else. It does not have that right under the Constitution of the United States. It says it clearly. And, you know, all this stuff about, well, we have to surveil criminals and terrorists and everything. How do you know someone's a criminal? And how do you know someone's a terrorist? Why are you taking my email? If
these companies can collect this information, so can the government.
Martin Smith's Frontline series exposed corporate collusion with the NSA.
Google's and Facebook's collected as much of our sensitive data as possible.
But anything you hand to a private company is potentially the government.
The NSA specifically targets the communications of anyone.
National security state knows so much about us. We know so little about them.
I do see it as one of the stories of our time that affects us all here as to whether or not we're going to be adequately informed about what our government is doing. And that we do have a First Amendment of free speech and a Fourth Amendment that need on search and seizure. We need protections. They need to be upheld.
Donald Byrd teaches journalism at Long Island University. He says not all of his students even recognize the problem.
Our students think that the internet is just a utility. You turn it on and it runs, it's water, electricity, whatever, and the internet really has to be the same. And they're on their machines all the time. And I took a train to Chicago and back recently, because my son's at Northwestern University, and the kids, they're all on their screens. They're not talking to each other. They're never going to meet a significant other.
Many of them may not know, may not care that other people are paying attention to what they're actually saying, or they're recording what they're saying. They're being monitored, they're being spied on.
I tell them that when I go into my Bank of America, there's 14 cameras up here. The cameras everywhere, we know that, and so forth. And I tell them never to text anything they wouldn't want their mother to read.
Is privacy dead? I mean, personal privacy.
I think so. I think it is.
So in a sense, the NSA, by its desire to control everything, has actually led to the global resistance to it.
This is about economic, military, ideological, historical control. This is the fundamental nature of power in the world. Whoever controls the commanding heights of the new world economy, which is the internet, dominates the economic landscape for the next 50 years, then dominates the politics, and with that they dominate the political and military narrative. My sister, as a historian, and others have told me that when you have a chance to rewrite history, you control the future. This is also about changing the history of the past. That's dangerous. Victors write history. If we're not careful, we're going to create a situation where the history of the people who fought in the civil rights movement, that's going to be obliterated. How did Nelson Mandela go to prison? He was the American deputy ambassador who turned him in. Those facts of history will be immediately discarded if we're not careful. And that's what's at stake. The future of history and the future of knowledge.
Oh my god, okay, second
C'est
shot.
moi qui m'inquiète. Ouais.
Oh. Yes. Mm. Dude. Mm. 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 Yes. Mm. Goodness me.
Bon voilà, je me sens en sécurité. Avec le super contrôle intégral, c'est comme vous voulez.
Honestly.
The racist we've been trying to figure out all along. He was outed as the racist royal, wondering what his grandchild would look like from his mixed race daughter-in-law. This comes from a new book about the royals called Endgame, from this seemingly quite obnoxious guy, William Scobie. A now tell-all book reveals that the royal family member, who was previously unnamed, but now we pretty much can survive who it was, from this Meghan Markle Oprah interview. Now, remember, this was late 2021, after Megxit, when Harry and Meghan quit the royal family and then moved to the U.S., and she indicated here that the royal family was racist against her unborn child, while her chief was still a fetus. Watch. All around the same time. So we have to take the conversation of the insecurity, how can we get this right? And also concerns and conversations about how dark his skin might be. What? Okay, now why are we covering this? Because this is a show about geopolitics and the family. The reason I want to cover this is because I find it to be the cheapest kind of race baiting, and the media loves it. Oh, the royals are racist. Meghan Markle's the victim. We told you white people are racist. Well, this new tell-all book was pulled from the shelves because it accidentally named the actual name of the royal person who said this, who said, I wonder what color the baby's skin will be. The author is saying it was a translation error that made it into only the Dutch version that was sold in the Netherlands. The English version is still on the shelves because it didn't have a name. Now, that's interesting. If you write a book and you write a sentence that somebody said this to Meghan Markle and then they corresponded about it later, how does that get translated in the Dutch version with King Charles said this? How? Like, how does a pronoun get translated into a name if he says it was just a translation error? That's not how that works. Here is the version that I could.
Isn't Dutch? Isn't the Dutch for someone King Charles?
Oh. Maybe the Dutch think everybody's royal.
I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. I don't speak Dutch.
There's no other reasonable explanation for how King Charles would be named in one version, but he never actually wrote down the name. I called Sal on that. Now, here's the translated version of the excerpt that's circulating online. The media is pretending that they don't know what it is, but it says, this is from the book, During their conversation with Oprah, both Harry and Meghan declined to say who was present in that conversation. A representative for the couple only wanted to say that it was not the Queen or Prince Philip. And she had said, I think that would be very damaging to them. But in those private letters, an identity was revealed and confirmed that it was Charles. The king, sources say, wanted to respond to make clear to Meghan there was no ill will or bias when he spoke about it. He wanted to clarify something he felt was very important. So, okay, that's a name. Charles is written. I don't think Charles is a pronoun for him, but I don't speak Dutch. Here is the media pretending that they don't know, and then the author sort of indicating that it was Charles.
Are you able to share the two names that you know?
Unfortunately, those are two names that I have to keep to myself now. But I do wonder if that might change in the future. It does seem that Harry and Meghan have decided to put that to rest.
Do you think that we'll ever find out who that person or who those people are that Leslie may be saying?
The only way that we would ever find out is if a member of the royal family directly or chose to say so on the record. We don't have any information on whether that won't get any information.
Queen Elizabeth releasing a statement at the time saying the issues raised about race are concerning, and Prince William asserting we are very much a racist family. Scope claims that Meghan and Charles responded about the incident and ultimately Sussex, he writes, still keep them in the loop on their family life, sending new photos of the children.
We know from sources that Charles was terrified that that's how Meghan felt those conversations were, and that he wanted to sort of, as a representative of his family, have that conversation with her.
Okay. So they sort of indicate that there's a second person now. They don't say who it is. They said in this book it's not the Queen, but it's some kind of her. So two things here. This accidental naming of the racist royal was clearly not an accident. The translator doesn't even pull the name of it. It just, that's bullcrap. And again, this is a shameless race narrative. Am I saying Charles is not a racist? I don't know. Am I saying that maybe he's been racist in the past? Again, I don't know. I don't read royal biographies to know that. I'm not saying he is or he's not racist. What I am saying that wondering what your mixed race grandchild will look like is not a racist thing to do. Meghan Markle presented this as probably this is the reason that my unborn child will not have titles of security, because these two conversations happened during my pregnancy. She's extrapolating to the worst possible intention, and Oprah just sort of lets her do it. If you watch Oprah's response, which we're not going to play it again, but if you watch Oprah's response to her, she just says, well, who had that conversation? Instead of like, oh, are you sure that those things were related? Or maybe that's just normal musing of like, you have curly hair, he has red hair, will the baby have red hair or curly hair? You know, that. So this racism could be just a grandpa wondering what the physical traits of the new baby will be like. And then does that make him a bigot to say, like, oh, you're half black and half white, so I wonder if the baby will be dark like you, or, you know, white like Harry and his Diana's voice trainer. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just thinking, I would ask this question, it would have been like, oh, yeah, because Natalie is like part Latin, Hawaiian, like is going to be like, you know, have like skin, like beautiful olive skin, like, or have like, you know.
Well, yeah. Well, my mom said when I was pregnant.
And would that be racist?
Well, I don't know. My mom said when I was pregnant with my first, I hope the baby doesn't have thick eyebrows. And is that racist? Because she's been
It's racist to get my eyebrows.
And, you know, again, I think that we're calling out racism. This is what's called orchestrated victimhood, right? Is that she's the victim because someone only just made an allusion, a reference, a passing reference to her race. So why does she do this, do you think? I'm not sure that it's some kind of revenge, because I'm sure it's not to live with your in-laws and they tell you what to do all the time, but she got out of there, right? So why does she need to hit back now? Does she think that speaking about these microaggressions, that she calls them, perhaps helps other people deal with racism? I'm going to say it doesn't. In fact, it only spreads the idea of microaggressions as racism, and that is not helpful. I think what she's doing here is exploiting victimhood in order to qualify herself as someone who should speak on an international stage. This is called the Victimhood Olympics. Have you ever heard that term? It's like the more miserable your experience, the more status you would have. Now, here in a recent book is what Susan Lyman says about this in the book Left is Not Woke. She says that orchestrated victimhood is perfidious because it mocks the victims of real racist attacks. But I'm less interested now in the consequences than in the fact that they're even possible at all. What was recently a stigma has become a source of standing. Like, oh, I've really been through it. People treat me like crap. I know life because I've been the victim of racism. What painful origins and persecution were once acknowledged, as in Frederick Douglass's narrative, the pain was a prelude to overcoming it. Prevailing over victimhood, as Douglass did, could be a source of pride. Victimhood itself was not. The rash of contemporaries convinced worse histories than they experienced is something new. That's how I feel about that. This is orchestrated victimhood, and there's no need to use this to hit at Prince Charles. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, when I watched the White House Task Force for Online Hate and Abuse, they refer to everyone who had experienced some kind of online hate or whatever as survivors, as if they had survived a war. Right?
Oh, someone left a negative Twitter comment. Are you okay? Did you survive? You survived that? Wow, how did you? Like, it's the same. It's a
Yeah. Right. You know, like you mentioned, my mom is Hawaiian and Spanish. And so when we were having babies, you know, and our babies were born, my mom's like, oh, my grandbabies are so white because she comes from darker skin cultures. And so is that racist for her to say my grandbabies are white? She's pointing out how they're not white. She's pointing out the difference in their skin, right? And so we never thought that that made us any kind of victimhood or victims to point out the differences. Like, it's just a natural thing to
But if
say.
you would have went on Oprah and presented it that way,
Right.
you know, Oprah would say, what?
Yeah.
What? You are a victim.
It's just so natural to talk about what babies will look like when you mix two different, you know, genetic histories. I just don't understand how this is racism and it's getting national headlines. So let us know.
Thank you so much for watching this segment here at Redacted. We are live every day.
Are you looking for a new true crime show where the algorithm isn't finding you anything good? Pluto TV has
2/3 voting in the affirmative, the resolution is adopted.
The vote to oust George Santos was quick. The Republican congressman left the Capitol even quicker. Before the gavel fell, he sped past reporters and drove off. Those who sealed his fate included members of his own party.
He's unfit to serve in public office, whether it's a dog catcher or his local community or there in the halls of Congress. His life was made out there as a lie.
Santos has been challenged on a long list of outlandish claims that his mother survived 9/11, that he worked on Wall Street, that he was a star volleyball player. Santos has only admitted mistakes or embellishing facts.
He obviously gave so much up.
In his book, Marchisano describes Santos as lying, hustling, grifting, stealing, and arrogant legend.
There were victims here that Santos kind of ripped off in different ways. And it's sort of a sad story about the state of American democracy as well.
Some of Santos's so-called stories has led to federal criminal charges. So far, more than
counseling, fraud, and identity theft. 3 weeks ago, House lawmakers investigated reports including Santos' likely small purchase campaign, spending money at luxury store for Biz, the adult site OnlyFans.
Mr. Santos took not only my credit card personally, he took my mother's credit card personally, and he swiped them both for an additional $5,000 marketing for donations.
Still, some lawmakers felt Santos should stay, saying reports where voters should decide his future.
I am defending the rule of law and the corporate results of a free people to govern themselves, and it can't be done by the whims of random politicians.
You're already no longer a member of Congress.
With Santos gone, Republicans are down to an even slimmer majority in the House and risk losing the seat altogether at an election that will take place early next year. Chris Reyes, CBC News, New York.
We got a good day.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. Thank you for tuning in this morning. Brianna Joy Gray is back from the Midwest.
Yes, from good old Cleveland, Ohio.
We were nearby, sort of.
That's true. That's true. I hear you walloped us in the football game.
Yes. About the only sports event I actually care about, the Michigan-Ohio State game. It was a fantastic game, crushing Michigan victory, which has me very excited.
Look, I'm happy to give you that one, Robbie. A win is a win, and we can all share around the table here.
Well, I appreciate it. What are we talking about?
Well, Joe Biden is continuing to just shrug off polling, showing voters are less than enthusiastic to give his administration another 4 years. Here's Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre at the podium yesterday.
Given the president's sagging poll numbers and the fact that he is currently placing behind any Republican opponent, has there been any talk in this White House about a change in strategy or staffing going forward in reflection of those numbers continue to show them up more? And there was also a call out in recent weeks to staff and senior officials, and if you want to go by the end of the year, go, otherwise you're here for the duration of the rest of the term. Should we be anticipating any departures from either cabinet officials or other senior officials?
Look, I can't speak to people's personal decisions. We don't have anything to announce at this time. And, we're going to continue to do the work that the president set out to do. Of course, Fox News' Peter Doocy didn't miss his chance to hold KJP's feet to the flames when it comes to the economy, how Americans are faring under Bidenomics this holiday season.
On lowering prices, you said earlier that the actions the president has taken have worked. So is it your sense that when people were home for Thanksgiving, catching up with their family members, they were saying to each other, can you believe how much more affordable things have gotten?
So honestly, I hear the question, but I want to make sure this is very clear. We take that very seriously. We take what families, the decisions that they make at their kitchen table, whether it's during Thanksgiving or whether it is every month as they're trying to make hard decisions about how they move forward with taking care of their families. We take that very seriously. It's not a joke to us. It's important to us. This is the president who talks about it in a very personal way. He talks about what families have to go through, working families, middle-class families, and that's why he's taking actions that he has.
Now, according to the Washington Post, the president's handling of Israel's war in Gaza has rattled his administration and turned some members of the president's own team against him. Over on Fox News Weekend, National Security spokesman John Kirby answered to the internal turmoil. Let's watch.
The president understands that there's strong feelings all across the board here on this conflict between Israel and Hamas, and he respects that. And we have listened to staff members here at the National Security Council and across the administration from all different communities, from the Jewish community, from the Muslim community, Palestinian Arab community. We're listening to everybody because they all have a view, and we respect that and want to hear their thoughts. The president continues to work this issue very, very hard. And from the president's perspective, and you heard him talk about this a little bit yesterday, what we've been doing has been having results. Israel needs to be able to defend itself against a truly genocidal threat that Hamas poses. And so we're going to continue to give them the tools and the capabilities to go after that threat, as well as lessons learned from our own experience in urban warfare against terrorists. We're also working, we're also working very, very hard, as we've been talking about for the last few minutes, to get hostages out, to get Americans out. Some 850 Americans have been able to leave thanks to our leadership.
As a reminder, polling from earlier this month found that President is losing support most chiefly from young Democrats, whopping 70% of whom don't support Biden's handling of the war in the Middle East.
Ooh, yeah, those numbers are bad, and you can kind of hear the panic in Kirby as he tries to rationalize. He gives you a little bit of a, I see you, I hear you, Arab Americans, I see you, I hear you, especially those concentrated in key states like your home state of Michigan. And there's no substantive response forthcoming. You hear from Karine Jean-Pierre, is there going to be a change in staff? Is anything going to be different? No, flat nose, including in the context of Israel-Palestine. And what it increasingly feels like is that there's hope that the humanitarian pause, these temporary ceasefire, whatever you want to call it, is going to appease people. Biden said he was hopeful that it would last longer than the initial 4-day period, and that by a year from now, the dust will have settled and people will have forgotten. But with it, so many Arab Americans and others are saying explicitly this, that's not the case. We will not forget. I've never said I'm not going to vote for a Democrat before. I've always voted blue no matter who. But this, 20,000 people dead in a period of 6 weeks or so is different.
Yeah, it's clearly not appeasing the voters in Biden's coalition, which is the issue. And also, particularly for young voters, you can make the case that Democratic voters or Republican voters on the other side, they vent their frustration with the candidate. When it comes to shove, they cast their ballot for that person. I think that's broadly more likely to be true the older the voter is in question. But we can see that young people are actually open to experimentation with third-party voters, third-party candidates, with not voting, with other sort of arrangements. So to isolate this group in particular is going to be the hardest people to win back. And they're saying clearly that they don't think what Biden is doing is good enough. Biden thinks it's good enough. It might be fine for other voters in his coalition, but it's clearly not resonating with these key supporters, and that's going to be a huge problem.
I think part of the issue is that this most recent concern over events in Gaza is just the top layer of a lot of issues people have with Biden from the jump. At the core of this are concerns about his age. The majority of Democratic voters did not want him to be the nominee purely because of the age issue. On top of that, you have the economy, which was the topic of the initial question at the top of this block here, where the White House keeps insisting that numbers are up, things are good, and there's some evidence for that, right? I was looking at an economist, Claudia Sam, who I like and respect and appreciate, talking about some aggregate numbers that are up. Wages overall are up, for example. There's more jobs, lower unemployment, consumer spending up pre-COVID, etc. The problem is, in very specific areas of Americans feel like very sharply, prices are up exponentially. And so you're talking, U.S. groceries are up 25%, used car prices are up 35%, rent is up 20%. Those are big ticket items. So it might be the case that you have some increase to your wages. It might be the case that you have new employment, but is that really offsetting these big costs like healthcare, groceries, cost of your vehicle, etc.?
Yeah, and it goes back to the fact that Joe Biden keeps touting economic successes in terms of recovery from the pandemic, which fair enough, we all agree we're in better shape than this catastrophe that was visited upon us that no president, no leadership anywhere on earth was prepared to handle, to deal with. So yes, we've recovered from a lot of that, fine, give appropriate credit where it's due, but are we back? A lot of people, and I know you say the economy before Biden under Trump didn't work for everyone, but people clearly have fonder recollections of it. And I think that's stuck in their heads, and they are not at all satisfied with the job Biden has done. Just getting us back to somewhat not so far off where we were from before the pandemic is not really good enough. And no wonder people are wondering about giving Trump another crack at it.
There's a meme going around that is not a partisan meme that says that 2016, ultimately 2017, was the best year of our collective lives.
Yes.
And it resonates with me. And those also happen to be the beginning of the Trump years. I don't know how to reckon with that. I don't know exactly what it was. Was it just vibes that made 2016, 2017 feel so good to me? But I do think that Biden has to figure out how to recapture that.
I don't know that it was the best year of my life, but I didn't know that every subsequent year was going to be a lot worse. I'll say that. More rising right after this.
At CMHC, we believe that everyone living in Canada deserves a roof over their head, which is why we provide the research, data, tools, and information needed to help navigate Canada's housing challenges. Learn more at cmhc.ca.
Podcast host Joe Rogan unleashed on the Democratic Party in a new episode. Let's take a look.
Look, if Biden died tomorrow, and then what do they do with Kamala Harris? They're going to put her on the moon? What are they going to do? She's the vice president. So if he dies, she becomes the president, which is wild when you hear that. What if that Biden said, and I managed to go, then when they say Kamala's out there, she's the first female president, and then she shuts down the next that is possible, but it would be a real problem for people that Kamala Harris who do not exist. Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure the Democratic Party is like calculating. They have to. How big is this, and what's the thing? I think they have no cards, and they're looking at this game, and I don't know. I think they're depending upon party unity, and they're depending upon Trump getting convicted and arrested. I mean, and imprisoned. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't think it is. It doesn't seem to. It seems like a bunch of trumped up charges.
All right, first I have to take issue with this idea of an actual Kamala Harris constituency out there. If you're sometimes feel that way because she has a K-Hive trolls at her disposal, but there was no organic constituency for Kamala Harris as evidenced by the fact that she had to drop out of the Democratic primary in 2020 because it was clear that she was going to lose in her home state of California, where she was a senator, to Andrew Yang, who was barely a quantity on the political horizon at that time. Yeah, very true. It really does kind of bring to astroturfing the whole K-Hive social media movement. But Joe's obviously raising a larger point and problem for the Democratic Party, which is they don't have a very deep bench, if you can call it a bench at all, if there's anyone even sitting on it. And there have been several Democratic allies who have publicly suggested that Joe Biden should drop out of his election, most notably David Axelrod, who in a Twitter thread suggested that if Joe Biden were to continue to run, that it would be for his own personal benefit as opposed to for the good of the country. And they dogpiled him. They did. Down the went after him, and he had to walk back. Yeah. And it's hard to help you clear yourself quickly. It is harder for human memories, which can hyperly isolate potential from contact with sound and voices.
More evidence. I already covered some of it this past week, but more evidence. Okay.
Hamas running bodies, that was the IDF going in and obliterating everything that they were. Many of the other descriptions of the firefights, where they started firing at Hamas, they didn't care there were civilians, Hamas fired back, and ended up with everyone getting murdered. The comments in the N12 report had to have looked on evidence demonstrating that shelling by Israeli tanks was responsible for many of the casualties incurred at the Israeli offensive. According to the soldiers interviewed, others killed by the tank company in question include supposed Palestinian militants. They say they crushed to death like running them over. Brigadier General Ahmed admitted that taking a band of militants into the woods was a very complex task for which the young tankers were in many ways not trained to fight. So this is another aspect of this glowing profile that you're like, wait, what? These are 20-year-olds, and apparently they were not even trained on tank. They didn't even know what they were doing. Now, I'm not saying you were in society with the stats, you wouldn't obviously throw everything. I should say that people attacking you, of course, you live in an apartheid state which has a concentration camp on the border. That's a part of the scenario. This is some random country, you know, and Luxembourg, like Belgium's coming over the hills. Very different when you have imprisoned these people for their entire life. But that being said, reporting by the grave has revealed that many of the bodies found burned beyond recognition that were burned by the Israeli military. The grave cited eyewitness testimony to document how the Israeli tank opened fire on the home and drone Israeli non-combatants, including Khalil Esroni, who has been a kind of poster child of some of these international anti-Hamas propaganda campaigns. So the little girl that they killed on October 7th, that they've been showing the image all over the commercials, everywhere else on the poster, she was actually killed by the guy, yeah. Now, I'm not saying they intentionally killed her, but they went in there and just blew up and burned down everything. But to go back to the fact that these 20-year-olds not trained on these tanks, the part that I think I had lined up, maybe I can show it to you. They talk about the fact that they're not trained on these tanks. That's not what they're trained for. They're now operating. The one thing that wants is to just see if they can bomb or kill whoever they see. And she says in this segment about how they didn't know what they were doing. Let's see. So there's people we start shooting. We start with machine gun fire on the terrorists close by. Then move to heavy projectiles. So those are on the cross. Did you see the hits? Yes, I see the hits. I see the falling. Hila and I were on the APV, called on getting status operating machine gun, the APV, fighting terrorists, fire. No, okay, here we go. I started a little too soon. But she says, the other one says, this weapon system is, you need to have special training. None of us have that. In about 10 minutes, we become experts in the system. Operating and shooting and fixing the issue with it. You figure it out as you go. So, you have these 19, 20-year-olds who have been put in a weapon system they don't believe, sent into a situation and are told to just bomb and fire on everything. And that's what this was. So, it's very different from what the propaganda that Israel has put forward, which is our awesome IDF swooped in there, killed the bad guy, and the bad guys killed I don't know what the total number was. It was at 1,400, now they lowered it to like 1,200. Well, whatever. Over 1,000 people. When in fact, the truth is, Hamas comes in,
that tries to take a lot of hostages ends up killing people. While taking the hostages, but many of them were kind of pinned down with hostages. And the IDF goes in and blows up and burns a lot of them. And many of them were 19-year-olds working on weapons systems that they didn't understand or know. Came back, and it was just a matter of time before it hit the United States. The occupations locally, they became like the thing to do. So it's just a natural progression for the show up here. I feel like it shows up here because, even though all of so concentrated, the people have a media system where they're so propagandized and they feel isolated. How can not suffering alone, like coming out and raising awareness and changing nationalism.
Movements against powerful forces with large legs and attacking police forces and the political establishment. While these activists are on the front lines of the fight for individual America, many of its people share the same sense of class. This country that being like a class, class.
Absolutely.
I'm a waitress at a very nice restaurant, and it's very clear to me, where, what my role is and who I am, and you can tell just from the dialogue that I have with people, recently I talked to a general manager of a fairly large business in our town, and when I mentioned that I was going to a public school, I got kind of an eye roll, and oh yeah, my tax dollars pay for that, and it's like this person is saying people kind of feel like this girl, absolutely, and especially, with the recent attacks on
How a super empath breaks a narcissist. Empaths, in my understanding, can be divided into four distinct categories: standard, codependent, super, and contagion. It's rare for an individual to fit into a single category. More often, they exhibit traits from at least one or more categories, and in some cases, all four. It's not surprising that I frequently hear people declaring, I am a super empath. While this self-perception might be accurate, the empath detect test serves as a more definitive tool to confirm this identity. Occasionally, these individuals are spun about their empathic status. More often than not, it's a case of mistaken identity. These individuals possess a strong urge to perceive themselves as superior, not in the narcissistic sense, but stemming from their experiences of overcoming the harsh actions of a narcissist and emerging stronger. They gain a sense of accomplishment, which makes them believe they are super empaths. However, it's important to note that any empath, regardless of their primary category or if they possess a substantial super empath component, can achieve this feat, and we have enriched narcissists. proudly progress themselves to be the super empaths. The idea of superiority aligns well with their inflated self-perception. They romanticize the image of the super empath as a superhero-like figure who, despite all odds, emerges victorious against the narcissist, bringing them down loud cries and expressions of despair. These self-referential narcissists reject strategies to believe the narcissist is a direct confrontation, not realizing that the super only provides the narcissist with more control. Person at risk exemplifies their uncontrolled actions. We are logical and calm approaches way. This is the most effective solution. However, this strategy doesn't mesh well with the self-image of enraged narcissists who declares, "I don't run away," despite their apparent cowardice. They prefer to maintain the illusion of being a courageous superhero who actively confronts and vanquishes the battle narcissists. They continue to live in this delusion, oblivious to the fact that their actions are not heroic, but are instead feeding the narcissists with emotional energy. While it's true that there are numerous super empaths in the world, they are actually not something compared to other types of empaths. Yes, many individuals may exhibit certain characteristics that are typically associated with super empaths, but the reality is that typical super empaths are relatively rare. The misconception that super empaths exist between narcissists is too common one. However, the reality is quite different. The traits of a super empath don't function in such a manner. A super empath is an individual who has a heightened sense of intuition, enabling them to recognize that something is off or inappropriate earlier than other empaths. They're willing to resist the narcissist, but the goal is not to defeat or scare the narcissist away. The narcissist doesn't fear the super empath. What they do feel, however, is a threat to their control, as this perceived threat triggers their reactions. A super empath harnesses their unique traits, primarily for self-preservation rather than aggression. When the narcissist begins to react, they may initially respond somewhat defensively, like emotional feeling. Initially, one might feel like this person is threatening the narcissist. However, more quickly than other empaths, rage or quick enough is enough to start pushing back. This resistance is underpinned by the narcissist trying to defend themselves against their manipulations. More importantly, unlike aliens who may see something intelligence, they stand their ground and target the manipulation on paths. Their goal is not to launch an offensive against the narcissist, be it lustful, enraged, or even control. Instead, their focus is to maintain their state and hold their ground. Super empaths often possess the ability or strong empathic trait called narcissistic influence. However, their empathic traits tend to be more dominant. They are subjected to the negative influences of the narcissist's abuse. Their narcissistic traits, such as pride and argumentative, simultaneously, their empathic intelligence is magnified, leading them to argue in defense of their beliefs, asserting their innocence. While they can be emotionally and recklessly sometimes, both appreciation and differentiating themselves from other empaths during the devaluation phase are not originating easily. Being a super empath does not equate to losing control or becoming irrationally angry towards the narcissist. Rather, it is often strengthening resistance to maintaining what is made, and the desire to recognize what is practiced as harm. Super empaths behave as narcissists, not just because they are not naturally angry, but because they are the narcissist. Psychoanalytical thinking helps individuals explore this sort of action, feeling less inclined to distance themselves from the negative influence of the narcissist and shield themselves by severing all forms of contact. Super empaths do not instigate fights against That only a super empath can be a narcissist is a misconception. Often, empaths are ready
Before you renew Amazon Prime, watch this. Look, I love Amazon Prime. Free vacation is free. And like everyone else, I enjoy not having them. Why would they encourage so many media lines and professional media to actually have person? Process ERTC and censorship. Let's take a look. TV. Useless
Okay, but if it's not in the legislation, why does that need to be a specific directive given to you? Do you not feel that you could have interpreted the legislation without that directive? No, because Canadians under law are permitted to use the language of their choice. I mean, you may be able to ask if somebody was speaking.
Yeah. So, anyhow, the point is she can be very direct, and that's completely true. Well, she is the chief executive officer of WEBCAM. She's the Canadian Credit Quality and Telecommunications Commission. These are the people that regulate broadcast. Now, with the internet. So, this sort of has a question that regulating generated content called we don't care. So this all is way, and
some of those things we want is something we're going to be aware of at arm's length. We already felt that there would be useful clarity about the actions we proceed in, and so that we will apply measures.
So I understand what you're saying, and of course, you're going to take that position. I find it very interesting, as do many Canadian creators, that the government tried to insist that user-generated content was not subject to the legislation, but then needed to give a directive to the CRTC with regard to that end. That actually suggests that it is, in fact, within the framework of the legislation, hence the need for a directive. Nevertheless, you've also mentioned that you function at an arm's length. Your mandate letter says the independence of the CRTC, along with the transparency of its processes, will be of the highest importance. However, there is a page on the CRTC's website titled Myths and Misconceptions, and when I read it, it is verbatim the talking points from the minister's office, the talking points that he used over and over and over again in Minister comments, and right here at this committee table. So I'm curious as to who authorized the publishing of the myths and facts page.
So this is the page that the document from this to show that yeah, it's been a while. So this is a page of CRTC that goes over different potential misinformation, misunderstanding the state letters, for example. Here, the CRTC regulates social media users and content. In fact, we only regulate broadcasting and broadcasting services and online streaming services that make programming available. That's very interesting. It says broadcasting services and online streaming services that make programming available. So that's something this is something that's come up later.
I wanted to address another thing that Thomas said. Just talking about the difference between what's written in the bill and the fact that the CRTC was given the directive by the government. Why is this significant? Because the government wasn't telling everybody, oh, it's not going to affect users, it's not going to affect social media users, Facebook users, to the CRTC as a directive. Now, why is that significant? The fact that it is not in the bill, that it is not written in the bill, that user-generated content is exempt from this law, but they are not treated to the CIC, means that the government can change that at any point in time with zero notice, and they can do it like
While Twitter put this information out voluntarily, major platform, not a small company, had to tweet them in February of this year. Along with them, the lawyers threatened to threaten contempt before getting subsequent information. Got its efforts censored the American people. We first had Mr. Tybee, Mr. Schellenberger, testify back in March. An IRS agent showed up and that's how you do it. When you think about this, I told this story numerous times. There's not one person I told this story to, not one group I've spoken to. This agent showed up and that's how you do it. When you think about this, I've told this story numerous times. There's not one person I've told this story to, not one group I've spoken to. I say, while they are testifying, while Mr. Tybee is testifying in front of the Committee on the Weaponization of Government, the IRS was actually at that very moment knocking on his door. There's not one person who thinks that was just chance. That just happened. It was all coincidence. Not one person. Everyone understands that to be the intimidation of our federal government. The good news is this led to a sweeping investigation of the IRS's whole business. And the best news is the IRS said it will no longer be complex. Mr. Tybee, Mr. Schellenberger, have when they appropriately label it, have been December 10th of 2022, after the first Twitter files came out. Ross tweeted that Twitter is, quote, a social media company and a crime scene. 3 days later, the Federal Trade Commission sent Elon Musk a letter demanding to know the identity of the Twitter files author and inundating the company with harassing requests for information. Literally 3 days after, 4 journalists filed. While Twitter put this information out voluntarily in platforms, not a small company. Instead, we had to subpoena them in February of this year. Following that, for months, had to threaten contempt before getting subsequent information about government's efforts to the American people. We first had Mr. Tybee and Schellenberger testify back in March. An IRS agent showed up and asked how you do it. When you think about this, I've told this story numerous times. There's not one person I've told this story to, not one group I've spoken to, where I say, while they are testifying, while Mr. Tybee is testifying in front of the Committee on the Weaponization of Government, the IRS was actually at that very moment knocking on his door. There's not one person who thinks that was just chance. That just happened. It was all coincidence. Not one person. Everyone understands that to be the intimidation of our federal government. The good news is this led to a sweeping investigation of the IRS's whole business. And the best news is the IRS has said it will no longer be able to announce business to American citizens. It's interesting because the commissioner actually said, we are doing this to protect the security of our agents. We don't need to do it unless we want. We made an issue of it. And the American people understand that that's wrong. This subcommittee's work has also included putting out reports showing how CISA went from a cybersecurity agency into the disinformation police, and how the FBI coordinated with a compromising great intelligence agency that actually happened to censor America. We're also going to expose on the other platforms pressures to change their behavior. Not just to take from Facebook, so that the company felt threatened by the White League and changed its behavior for fear of retribution. Just this morning, released information showing the same thing happened with YouTube. But we have more information forthcoming to possibly hold counting of the government censorship effort. The government actors law will not participate in our constitutional duty to oversight. Today, we are soliciting former White House employees Rob Lerny and Andy Slavitt, who so far refused to sit for interviews despite being directly implicated in emails between White House and Senate. They may have brought this up. They've been serving some of our witnesses today. But never forget, the third day of the Biden administration, maybe 36 hours into it, Andy Slavitt sends an email from the White House to Twitter saying, take down this tweet ASAP. And of course, the tweet was about, the tweet was from this administration. thank our witnesses for appearing before us today, helping us to continue our work in exposing government censorship, exposing what our witnesses have called, they said earlier, the censorship industrial complex, this marriage of big government, big tech, and now there's some big academia involved in attacking American citizens. We appreciate all the opportunities you have. A few minutes, but now you will make it more.
First, I ask for his consent. Gentlemen, participating in this team. Good day to everyone. Every day, the American people share with members of Congress, family, friends, family, and anyone listening that they will largely fear their future. When I spoke with my social media feeds, I said people worry they won't have job opportunities, job security, and generational wealth. Worried they don't have time, resources, or support for their sick parents to save relatives. Worried they won't be able to afford to buy a home on their own. Worried they will not be able to see their kids, send their children to college, simply provide for their children the way they would provide. As the Americans are concerned, as the parents are concerned, it's safety. The Americans are concerned, rights are taken away. Americans are concerned, discounted, may not even be capacity. In the discussion of the weaponization of the federal government, the majority has acknowledged the fact. In this discussion of weaponization of the government, one of the things that I requested that we look into is the IRS audits working class people and people of color, which are far at a higher rate than many American discussion and a hearing of actions by the former president and what he has said to weaponize our government if we're elected. But we're not having a hearing about those topics. We're not having discussions. Congress is not engaged and do any headway on those things that America is concerned. Today we're having a hearing. Witnesses on the Republican side told you we've already heard from them. This is the second hearing the Republicans have brought up. The second hearing on the road. In preparation for the 2024 election, Republican voters left this home want to entrench their authority of social media censorship. Their unfounded accusations of supporting companies are polluting the government to censor conservatives. There's no evidence of this pollution. In fact, this committee has heard closed-door testimony. 29 witnesses said on the record government as well as social media individuals have allegedly exposed censorship claimed by political opponents is not taking place. Republicans will release that testimony, and they're not being honest with you because as they ramp up their own misinformation campaign for the 2024 election, they need free rein to elevate hate, to engage in voter suppression online, in addition to their own and in-person voter suppression tactics. This hearing suits political purposes. Republicans are holding the same hearing all over again for one simple reason. They want to distract from the actual threat of the weaponization of government on the American people. That is Donald Trump. In the past few months, Trump has said he would reinstate the muzzle of the travel ban. In fact, his exact words were, "When I return to office, the travel ban is coming back even more before and stronger." He has vowed to use the Department of Justice to investigate his political enemies. He has said that those who oppose him should be executed for treason. He's called his political opponents cockroaches. He said that immigrants are poisoning American society. He has promised to use the Insurrection Act to mobilize the military against any protesters who speak out against him if he wins re-election.
Words do not resonate with trends of the Democratic Party. They sound like a dictator. They promise to be one against his enemies and hold on to power at any cost. As the first branch of government, it is our job to be a check on that kind of undemocratic unstable this non-true statements are outrageous. This committee and everyone who serves on it should be outraged by it. And every American should be outraged at this committee trying to experience and facts. For years, this man ran a loyalty test. Called for violence against his opponents or his friends, threatening to keep people out of the country because of their religious beliefs, have children ages, tried to illegally deploy the United States military, put down peaceful Black Lives Matter protests, systematically dismantled civil rights protections for Americans. And if he comes back, that will just be the start. That is why he has very clearly said what he will do over and over. Beyond loyalty tests, he plans to purge the government of all career officials and national security advisors, questions them, plans to indict anyone who runs against him, he plans to silence protesters with the use of military force, he plans to make this country his, not the Americans' kingdom. These plans will not just impact those who work in government. These plans are going to undermine the safety of every American when he appoints national security officials because they are loyal to him, not because they understand national security. They're going to impact people in areas that need support if he feels that they didn't vote against him. These plans are going to hurt men and women bravely serving in our military and law enforcement who are going to be forced to choose between carrying out fundamentally illegal and unconstitutional orders and losing their job. Today we have Ms. Troy before us as a witness who has bravely spoken out to tell the world how Trump's White House had a culture of fear, how he had dictator-like tweets and statements, how he incited his followers to violence, and how he orchestrated detailed plans to spin his conspiracies into action on his followers. And she can say this with authority because she was there. She is a Republican who was in the Trump administration. When she says he means what he says, or that he will do everything in his power to make his dangerous promises true, she speaks from experience. To use the words of the former United States poet laureate, Dr. Maya Angelou, people show you who they are, leave them the first one. And Ms. Troy, I want to apologize in advance for any attacks made against you today. I'm sure will come or afterwards. I want to thank you for your bravery coming forward, testifying today, and speaking truth at all times. To be worried more about America than you are about winning. I yield back.
Gentlemen, yields back without objection. All of the opening statements will be included in the record. Now introduce today's witness. Matt Tay, a journalist and author. He's one of the authors of the Twitter Files. Previously worked for Rolling Stone. He also has written several books about American politics and culture. He won the Izzy Award for Independent Journalism in 2020, the Dow Prize of the National Journalism Center for his work on the Twitter Files. Mr. Michael Schellenberger is also a journalist, author, and one of the authors of the Twitter Files. He has co-founded several nonprofits, including the Breakthrough Institute, Environmental Progress, the California Peace Coalition, and Work Often. Focuses on crime, drug policy, homelessness, and the climate. Schellenberger has also won the Dow Prize and was named a Hero of the Environment by Time Magazine in 2008. Mr. Schellenberger as well. Ms. Rupa Subramanya, close, I think. Ms. Subramanya is a journalist with the Free Press. She is let's start with Mr. Sheldon. Let's start with Mr. Sheldon right now on the line. So, Mr. Sheldon, we're here to recognize your platform.
Thank you very much, Chairman Jordan, Member Plaskett, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for inviting me to testify. 9 months ago, I testified and provided evidence to the subcommittee about the existence of a censorship industrial complex, a network of government agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, government contractors, and big tech media platforms that conspired to censor ordinary Americans and elected officials alike for holding disfavored views. I regret to inform the subcommittee today that the scope, power, and authority of the censorship industrial complex are even worse than we had realized back in March. 2 days ago, my colleagues and I published the first batch of internal files from the Cyber Threat Intelligence Lab, which showed U.S. and U.K. military contractors working in 2019 and 2020 to both censor and turn sophisticated psychological operations and disinformation tactics developed abroad against the American people. Many insist that all that we identified in the Twitter files, the Facebook files, and the CTI files were illegal activities. A social media platform to take down content that violated the terms of service. Facebook, X, formerly Twitter, and other big tech companies are privately owned and free to censor content. And government officials are free to point out the information they own. But the First Amendment prohibits the government from enriching freedom of speech. The Supreme Court has ruled the government may not induce, encourage, or promote private persons to accomplish what is constitutionally permitted to accomplish. And there's now a large body of evidence proving the government did precisely that. What's more, the whistleblower who delivered the CTIL files to us says that its leader, a quote-unquote former British intelligence analyst, was quote-unquote in the room at the Obama White House in 2017. She received the instructions to create a counter-disinformation project to quote stop a repeat of 2016. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity, and Information Security Agency, CISA, has been the center of gravity for much of the censorship. The National Science Foundation financing the development of censorship and disinformation tools, and other federal government agencies around us around the world. Emails from CISA's NGO and social media partners show that CISA created the Election Integrity Partnership, EIP, in 2020, which involved the Stanford Internet Observatory and other U.S. government contractors. EIP and its successor, the Virality Project, urged Twitter, Facebook, and other platforms to censor social media posts by ordinary citizens and elected officials alike. EIP reported that they had a 75% response rate from the platforms and that 35% of the URLs that they reported were either removed, labeled, or throttled or soft blocked. In 2020, the Department of Homeland Security CISA violated the First Amendment and interfered in the election, while in 2021, CISA and the White House violated the First Amendment and undermined America's response to the COVID pandemic by demanding that Facebook and Twitter censor content that Facebook itself said was quote-unquote often true, including about vaccine side effects. All of this is profoundly un-American. One's commitment to free speech means nothing if it does not extend to our political enemies. In his essential new book, Liar in a Crowded Theater, Jeff Kosa, a law professor at the United States Naval Academy, shows that the widespread view that the government can censor false speech and or speech that quote-unquote causes harm is mostly wrong. The Supreme Court has allowed very few constraints on speech. For example, the test of incitement to violence remains its immediacy. I encourage Congress to defund and dismantle government organizations involved in censorship. That includes phasing out all funding from the National Science Foundation's Track F, Trust and Authenticity Communication Systems, and its Secure and Trustworthy Cyberspace, TRAC. I would urge Congress to abolish CISA and DHS. Short of taking those steps, it would encourage significant comprehensive oversight to prevent such censorship happening again. In particular, it's very easy to see the line in CISA. They say they're physical security, cybersecurity, but they added a third one, cognitive security, which is basically attempting to control the information environment and how people think about the world and the stories that they tell. Finally, I would encourage Congress to consider making Section 230 liability protections contingent on social media platforms shown in the law's interactive computer services to allow adult users to moderate our own legal content through filters that we choose
Hey, Chairman Jordan, Frank Norwood, members of the committee, for giving us the opportunity to speak today. Exactly 1 year ago today, I had my first look at the documents that we used in our files. We've learned a lot since then. When my client testified before this committee in March, we both talked about how this isn't a partisan issue at all, despite the fact that it's been repeatedly described as a right-wing conspiracy theory or right-wing fantasy. We found evidence of suppression movements on both sides, including leftist movements like the Yellow Vests, parties like the Green Party, organizations like Consortium Magazine. Just this week, Michael and I reported on the group that he talked about, the CDA League, and in those documents we found evidence of monitoring groups like the Socialists of America, hashtags like Healthcare for All. The nature of censorship programs is that they tend to expand health directions, and these programs already have. As someone who voted for Democrats his whole life and who got his ideas about speech issues from people like Senator Frank Church, Paul Wellstone, Dennis Kucinich, I believe also that there's a less obvious but more important reason people across the spectrum should hear about this issue. The former executive director of the ACLU, Ira Glasser, once explained to a group of students why he didn't support hate speech codes on campuses. The problem, he said, wasn't the speech. The problem was, quote, who gets to decide what's hateful? Who gets to decide what to ban? Because, quote, most of the time, they hate you. The story that came out in the Twitter files, and for which more evidence surfaced in both the Missouri v. Biden lawsuit and this committee's Facebook file releases and CDI League documents, they all speak directly to Ira Glasser's concerns. There's been a dramatic shift in attitudes about speech in this country. Many politicians now clearly believe the bulk of Americans can't be trusted to digest information on their own. This mindset imagines that if we see one clip from RT, we'll stop being patriots, that once exposed to hate speech, we'll become bigots ourselves automatically, that if we read even one Donald Trump tweet, we'll become insurrectionists. Having come to this conclusion, the government agencies like the DHS and the FBI and the quasi-private agencies who do anti-misinformation work have taken upon themselves the paternalistic responsibility to sort out for us what is and is not safe. But they see great danger in allowing others to read controversial material. It's taken for granted that they themselves will be immune to the dangers of speech. This leads to the one inescapable question about these new anti-misinformation programs that is never discussed but needs to be. Who does this work? Stanford's Election Integrity Project helpfully made a graphic showing the quote-unquote external stakeholders involved in their content review operation. It showed 4 columns: government, civil society, platforms, and media. There's one group that's conspicuously absent from that list: ordinary people. Whether America continues the informal sub-rosa censorship system we see in the Twitter files or the Facebook files, or whether it formally adopts something like Europe's Draconian New Digital Services Act, it's already abundantly clear who won't be involved in this kind of work. Well, dock workers doing content flagging, no poor people from inner city neighborhoods, no single moms pulling multiple waitressing jobs, no immigrant store owners or Uber drivers. These programs will always feature a tiny, rarefied sliver of affluent, professional class Americans censoring a huge and ever-expanding pool of everyone else. Take away the highfalutin talk about countering hate and reducing harm. Anti-disinformation is just the latest gatekeeping exercise. If you prefer keeping in present terms, it's classical. If one small demographic over here has broad control over the whole speech landscape, and a great big one over there has no control whatsoever, it follows that one of those groups will end up with more political power than the other. Which one is the winner? Paraphrase Ira Glasser, probably yours. It isn't just one side or the other that will lose if these programs are allowed to continue. It's pretty much everyone, which is why these programs must be defunded.
Vanya, you are recognized now for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan. I'm pleased to be able to join you today to testify on the importance of free expression. I'd like all of you to think of me as a time traveler, not to the distant future, coming back to the present to offer you a glimpse of what will lie ahead for America. I live in a time in which, in the name of fairness, you can't share the stories you write from a news publication on social media. I live in a time in which, in the name of the common good, you can be kicked out of your bank and online payment system simply for expressing your wrong political views. I live in a time in which, in the name of social justice, you can commit a serious crime and get a more lenient sentence if you happen to be the right skin color. I live in a time in which, in the name of safety, you can be arrested for exercising your right to peaceful protest if you happen to be protesting the wrong thing. Of course, I'm not a real time traveler, I just live in Canada. Americans, and perhaps those in this chamber, surely think Canadians are too nice or too polite to embrace this sort of proto-authoritarianism. But it's more accurate to say that our niceness made us susceptible to the new authoritarianism, undermining the foundations of our liberal democracy. If it sounds like I'm overstating things, allow me to share 3 stories that illustrate this creeping authoritarianism. Of course, a few months ago, I reported a story for my publication, The Free Press, about a high school principal in Toronto who had been humiliated in front of his colleagues by a DEI consultant. The principal's crime, besides being white and male, was that he objected to the consultant's assertion that Canada is a less just society than America. The humiliation he experienced ultimately led him to commit suicide. I wanted to share that story on Facebook. When I tried to, I was barred from posting it. I received a message that stated, in response to Canadian government legislation, news content can't be shared.
Yep.
I was confused.
Same here.
Then I remembered the recently adopted Online News Act. The law forces social media companies to pay online media companies to link to their content. Facebook, instead of paying for that content, barred its users from posting it. Government officials insist that this is only a matter of fairness, a way of making sure that media companies are compensated for the
Yeah,
news
but
they report.
I don't make money. I don't
Really,
do
this
any
new
money.
law
No one's making
promises
money.
legacy media dinosaurs like the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, Media, and other companies, which are subsidized by the federal government, and all of which can be counted on to get you just your world party. Not being able to post was annoying, but it wasn't the end of the world for me. I don't depend on Facebook for my income. The same cannot be said of Christopher Curtis, which brings me to my second story. Chris is a 38-year-old renegade journalist entrepreneur in Montreal who runs a digital newsletter called The Rover. He calls himself woke. You might think that he's exactly the kind of journalist the Trudeau government would elevate. He's on the political left. He publishes stories about the plight of the homeless and police brutality. The problem is that, unlike government-funded news companies, independent media companies are truly independent, which means they report stories that don't comport with whatever the government wants them to report. For example, in September 2020, The Rover reported a story on the federal mistreatment of Mohawk Indians. This month, it published a story about migrant workers who were abused and trafficked with the unwitting help of the federal government. But under this new law, The Rover can't build its audience. Unable to post content on Facebook or Instagram, the newsletter can't reach new subscribers. It cannot grow its subscriber base. This is a slow death, says Chris. For now, he's unsure how he's going to support his partner and their 3-year-old daughter. He's thinking of going back into construction, which takes me to my third story. Danny Wolford, now 41, used to be an officer in the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the equivalent of the FBI. For years, he was a sniper in the Prime Minister's protective detail. Then, in 2021, Danny quit because he didn't want to get his COVID vaccination.
Yes, we heard
In
this
early
one.
2022, truckers descended on Ottawa to protest new COVID vaccine requirements. Danny joined them. The government declared a state of emergency. Danny, like many demonstrators, was arrested and later released without charge. And something chilling happened. On February 17, 2022, Danny logs into his bank accounts and starting with his checking and savings accounts at the CIBC. But instead of seeing his balance, he had about $160,000 in there. The only thing he saw was a dash. Then he logs onto Scotiabank to see about an additional checking. Once again, there was no sign of any money in his account. Finally, he logs into the Royal Bank of Canada, which handles his MasterCard account, and he was told he had no access to any credit. Danny's wife was also unable to access any of his accounts. Suddenly, they were worried about how to cover their next mortgage payments and how to feed their 3 kids. That is what it means to be debanked. Debanking has been one of the Trudeau government's weapon of choice. Since 2018, it has frozen the accounts of more than 800 Canadians who did things it didn't approve of, including those of 280 who took part in the truckers' protest. which the government regarded as illegitimate. Soon after, Danny moved his money out of the big banks and into local credit unions, hoping it would be safe from them. Of course, part of this, Danny told me, is not believing in the threats of my career serving, but it's this feeling that we're being watched, torn apart, made to feel like the much-hated other in our own country. Canada was once a bastion of free expression, now not so much. Consider that at the same time the government and its corporate allies are curbing the free expression of truckers and journalists, the government is defending the rights of pro-Palestinian demonstrators, many of whom traffic in what can only be called anti-Semitism. Think about that. Vaccine skepticism, not okay. And peddling medieval bloodline legends about Jews, okay. I'm all for protecting free speech. I'm from the free press. I just want that protection applied fairly. I also want to be clear. These are just a handful of hundreds of stories like Winnipeg. What is happening in Canada is a gradual suffocation of free expression. It is draped in a cloak of niceness, inclusivity, and justice, but it is progressive, authoritarian, and illiberal. I came here today not simply to warn you about what lies ahead, but to plead with you to do something about it. Now is not the time to be polite. Now is the time to defend loudly liberties and rights that have given us the greatest freedoms in human history. Across the world right now, governments in the name of the good are considering or adopting measures like we have in Canada. In Dublin, we're about to enact a draconian hate crime bill that poses a dire threat to free speech. In Paris, President Emmanuel Macron has called for censoring online speech. This is to say nothing of Russia, China, and Iran. America is so exceptional, indispensable, really. Please do not succumb to the same illiberalism, authoritarianism. Please keep fighting for what you know is right. Canada is watching. The world is watching. Thank you.
Well said, thank you.
That's crazy.
Very well said. Mr. Joy, your recommendation for 5 minutes. We'll give you the lecture.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The threat of weaponization in the federal government is a serious topic that requires sober analysis. Unfortunately, what we see here today, and what we have seen from this committee over the past year, is instead a politically motivated fantasy detached from reality. Members of this committee and their witnesses make grand and vague accusations about government censorship, but those foggy allegations are refuted by the facts that private social media companies moderating content on their own private platforms is not government censorship. It is those private companies exercising their own First Amendment rights to rid their platforms of misinformation. In my experience as a national security official, the federal government strictly adhered to the First Amendment by advising and assisting social media platforms in combating misinformation, while the ultimate decision about what action, if any, to take rested solely with the platforms themselves. I know what real weaponization of the federal government looks like because I've seen it with my own eyes. I worked in the Trump White House, where I served as Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Advisor to Vice President Mike Pence. On numerous occasions, I witnessed President Trump and his allies attempt to use the powers of the presidency to further his private political agenda at the expense of the American people. Trump administration officials attempted to manipulate intelligence assessments to support its ban on nationals from Muslim countries entering the United States. They delayed natural disaster aid to blue states who had not supported President Trump's election. In the early days of the pandemic, they resisted sending federal assistance to New York as thousands of innocent Americans suffered. Instead of continuing to spread conspiracy theories about government censorship, this committee should instead focus on the very real and very dangerous threat posed by the leading Republican candidate openly threatening to use every lever of presidential power against his political opponents if he returns to the White House. Former President Trump has promised, quote, retribution against those who have wronged and betrayed him and his political leader. He has pledged to, quote, root out the radical left nuts that live like vermin within the confines of our country. Trump has called the press the enemy of the people and has vowed to, quote, come down hard on MSNBC and make them pay, quote, for its critical coverage of him. He has promised to, quote, arrest his political opponents, saying he would have no choice, lock them up. He has said that his own chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff committed treason, and that, quote, in times gone by, the punishment would have been death.
Most ominously, he has called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. His words. As a lifelong Republican, I have dedicated my entire career to protecting Americans from terrorist attacks, regardless of their partisan affiliation. Former President Trump's menacing promise to wield the powers of government as a weapon against political adversaries poses a grave threat to the rule of law in the United States of America. The American people deserve that their representatives in Congress see that threat and speak to it honestly, instead of the political theater we see here today. I welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you, Ms. Troy. We'll now have 5-minute questions from the members. We'll start with the gentleman from California, Mr. Isom. Recognize you.
Thank you, and I want to note the appearance of President Trump, ranking member and by one witness. Today is not about President Trump. The actions that occurred during his administration are available for everyone to look at. Our witnesses today are asking and answering effectively questions about the effects of suppression of free speech. And as a father of a Canadian daughter-in-law, I want to thank you for making people understand that their well-liked, nice country to our north can also make the kinds of mistakes that we seem to be making. So one of the questions that I have is, two of you have been here before, and I think it's important to ask. You mentioned some of the current activities as you continue to monitor it, and you particularly mentioned the protest and the activities related to Israel's attempt to get back its hostages. Can you elaborate on some of the specifics that you think you see here in the way of either suppression or amplification? Is there any evidence that we're continuing to see, if you will, a bias that social media doesn't have a problem reporting one side, but does have a problem reporting the other side? I know it's a tough question.
Yeah. We certainly, I think we've all seen calls for, I think to Matt's point that this is not a partisan issue, that we should all, the test of your commitment to free speech is that you would like to see the speech that you really despise protected and that you would defend it. And I think we've seen calls for censoring pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas speech, and I've been disturbed by that, and Rupa has described that, and we've also seen calls for censorship of the other side. We've seen misinformation spread on all sides. So I think that what you're hearing from us is a general call that everybody needs to just calm down and remember that this country's greatness is really founded on that protection for that kind of protection of speech that we all might consider to be hateful. I always remind people that one of the most important court decisions in the Supreme Court were protecting the speech of neo-Nazis. Random decision, a decision by Skokie. If we can tolerate neo-Nazis marching through neighborhoods of Holocaust survivors, certainly I think we're capable of tolerating people defending violent attacks.
It brings us to a question as we bring you back here and some new witnesses. Do we have a challenge in America that we're constantly looking at what should be censored, rather than how do we get more free speech so that the counter opinions are heard as loudly as those who yell and are heard the first time?
Well, first of all, thank you for the question. I think it's important to remember that the First Amendment not only guarantees people the right to speak and voice their opinions, but it also guarantees the right of all of us to hear those opinions. That's a crucial element of the promise.
So that goes to a follow-up. If that's the case, your suggestion about a instantaneous and transparent unveiling of any and all reduction, throttling, etc. Let's assume for a moment it's technically possible quickly. I mean, certainly possible, but let's just say it was technically possible quickly. We're a legislative body. Do you believe it's appropriate for us in a Transparency Act to mandate that this happen so that we no longer have the kind of things that happened to the chairman, where he simply was systematically throttled so that he wasn't censored, he simply wasn't heard very loudly? If we had had that, do you believe that it would have changed the outcome? Should Congress look at mandating?
Yeah, I mean, I strongly support transparency. You know, if you require, for example, that government officials or people supported by the government, such as this EIP or VP group, and by the way, just to give you some quote,
You mean what the ranking member described as legitimate, suggestions, and it was independent?
right?
Isn't that always the defense, though, is that we didn't make the decision and the other guy didn't make the decision, it just happened? I'm down to just a few seconds, and I do want to thank our Canadian for pointing out that we are about one step away from defunding here in the United States bank accounts. This administration has returned, so you understand, in the United States to making sure that people selling products or involved in activities that they don't want, they fail to have access, and that is another form of censorship that, I'm sorry it's gone so far in Canada, but trust me, it's underway in this country. Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and I thank both of you. Sorry to cut you off. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back to the gentleman from Virginia's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Troy, I want to thank you for your powerful statement and your courage. And I understand why my friend from California wants to tell us that this hearing isn't about Donald Trump, because that's too difficult a topic.
Terry, as my friend, I did want to thank
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, it's my time. I reclaim my time. Imagine it's October 2020, and someone tells you that President Donald Trump is going to use violence and chaos directed at the Congress and the Vice President of the United States to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 presidential election. For many, that would have been hard to believe, and I'm sure my friends on the other side would have said, there they go again. Critics of Trump will just claim anything. But everyone here saw what happened on January 6th. We now have, in fact, the federal indictment charging him with that very matter. This month, we learned that Donald Trump's shadow administration and Project 2025 is planning executive orders that would invoke the Insurrection Act and allow him to send military out to patrol American streets. Ms. Troy, some of my colleagues across the aisle have suggested that Trump's quotes about using military in our cities and the root of plans
To be used on protesters, even safe protesters, repeatedly. And I think that members of his own cabinet, the Secretary of Defense, Chairman of the Staff, heads of law enforcement, expressed significant concern about the things being discussed, used against women and rights. That is something that should be taken very, very seriously.
On June 1, 2020, on June 1, Americans watched as the National Guard participated in a violent crackdown on you, and that's what you're referring to. That's not right. Right. And it was a heated debate that the president was the one asking that federal troops, military, U.S. military, be called up to 10,000 troops to quell peaceful protests in Washington, D.C. That happened. And it was the president arguing to use military. And presumably, the General Milley at the time resisted military. That might have something to do with President Trump referring to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, as a traitor. And it wrote the fact that in the old days, the price to be paid for protecting treason is death. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you believe that the deployment of 10,000 troops at that time would have been consistent with the mission of the American military? Suppressing peaceful demonstrations by fellow Americans in the nation's capital?
President Trump was repeatedly not an appropriate use of military resources. It is also true that his usage of law enforcement and use of immigration agencies are not appropriate for traffic control. Will also incorrect uses of that law enforcement and use it to use for organizations.
In your testimony, you cited violent language, increasingly incendiary language being developed by President Trump and other so-called enemies. One of the words he used was garlic. Is that echoing from anyone else in the mind historically who referred to enemies of the state as vermin? And girls. Thank you. Thank you so much for your courage. Thank you for being here. And I hope the American people take heed of your strong words today.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Troy, you said the state of the state reality. The members of this committee and the witnesses make random vague accusations about government censorship, and that we are spreading conspiracy theories about government censorship. Would one of those conspiracy theories be that government-funded agencies were flagging and trying to censor official congressional accounts on social media? Do you deny that that occurred? Make you aware of that right now. Mr. Schellenberg, speak at this point. I saw that you flagged this back. Can you tell us why this tweet brought attention?
Look, that was one of the tweets that virality projects and series was referred to science as misinformation and that
So it was the Stanford Virality Project, that is funded by the students. And so their purpose ostensibly was to stop misinformation, malinformation, and to try to they say that might increase terms of service of social media. Ms. Troy, is there any reason you think it should have been flagged? But references to study from Israel, published study from Israel, and the tweet just restates the title of the study. Does it trouble you that
Yeah, are you going to sit here and maintain conspiracy theory that this occurred? You have the documents. Schulberger has the documents that show that this occurred.
Well, then it looks like
What's the reason? Is there ever a good reason to censor a member of Congress? This is not official. This is not a personal account. This is not a campaign account. This is my communication with my constituents. By the way, I bring this up not to claim that members of Congress have more right to free speech than the general public. In fact, I don't even think the press or the media has more rights to the First Amendment than the general public. The general public has the same rights that we have. And I bring this up to show, number one, that your testimony is false. But number two, if they can do this to a member of Congress, first attack.
Even though this video is something that was launched with great stand and not only as much time passed, but at today's hearing, we would like to say to witnesses we heard back in the trial. And so, just this document, this is an investigation. Yeah. All of them will be available to testify about their experience, applications, and bring back the information we had months ago, and travel to Canada. I love Canada. There's a hearing on the Canadian government that I would have Canadians lined up on the hallway. Old enough to remember a Republican president who stood up, Russian not suck up. American presidents, Republicans who told Mr. Buttigieg, take down this wall, stood up with the markers, defended Democratic allies in Europe. What excuses make? You can't defend Europe. That's what I see here today. Destroy the levels. Is that not itself a threat to national security? So in our government, we recently spent 22 days with the Speaker of the House with the infighting, and we went through multiple candidates, like an episode of one of those reality shows. We had another candidate. And the only reason the recent speaker got elected because he had the distinct quality that no one really did. So he was chosen as our next speaker. And the litmus test was whether or not the next president was subservient enough and adherent enough to the former president, runs the Republican Party out of Mar-a-Lago. That's not all. The chicken that Trump's Republican leadership brought us to the verge of a catastrophic default on our national debt, one that they'd be proud of, so wanted to be the first in American history to undermine the systematic create the threat of the United States government into an economic. So now we're war in Europe, war in the Middle East. We're facing a moving shutdown again of the United States government. And we're dealing with weaponization. The seems pretty shallow at this point with the paucity of witnesses that the Republican majority has produced. I hope at some point we get back to this movement currently sent us here. This is not it. This is crazy conspiracy theory that we're pursuing here. We ought to get back to the business that America demands us by virtue of our own rules.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It has been almost 1 year since the first bombshell Twitter files. Looking back now, my questions are for Mr. Tyson and Mr. Schellenberger. What was the most alarming thing that you came across during your internal Twitter platforms? I have a number of follow-up questions, so keep it short.
Thank you for the question. I think the most alarming thing we recently saw was the regular string of organized communication. The FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and largest government in the country. They had an organized system for flagging contact on occasion, enormous numbers of spreadsheets and emails that granted hundreds of thousands. And this was shocking to us. And to Congressman's point, this isn't a crazy conspiracy theory. We already have four federal judges who they believe this violating Section 8 violates the First Amendment. This is quite serious read. No one against the law, but it's certainly shocking enough to move interest.
Yeah, for me, it was the so-called former FBI officials within Twitter and working with a variety of other groups, including taskers who were participating in the so-called pre-bomb, hunting by the laptop before using those that did censor by Twitter in violation of Twitter's own terms of service. So the internal staffing included that first between and non-violating terms of service.
Mr. Schellenberg, I want to ask you for that revolving door between the FBI and Twitter, and I also want to ask about those third-party, essentially government boxes you recognize the task force. You dealt with both of those questions, both of those topics.
Sure, it was the former general counsel of the FBI, Trey Baker, and the former deputy director of the FBI, who both taking jobs at Twitter. Some of them had Twitter that they had an internal group, and they were building a red sheet to describe the terms that they used to get their access to Twitter. Yeah, CIA is an internal group. I'm sorry, what was that? So yeah, and the answer was the weirdest thing. We started asking us to and created a workshop that was attended by basically all of the major media, as well as all the major social media platforms. Basically, debunking opinions collected by the laptop and not the true evidence that existed outside of the 5.9 we had these we have the Aspen Institute industry not to by laptop story in August and September 2020 was quite
these content moderators and social media platforms like Twitter wield an enormous amount of power in terms of determining not only what Americans can say, but also what Americans can see. Do you believe, Mr. Tyson and Mr. Schellenberg, that it would be for unelected bureaucrats or these tech companies to collude to influence what Americans can say?
Absolutely not. And I would stress again that all this will happen secretly with the blessing of the Department of Homeland Security and sending things to what's the EIPAC to Twitter, basically saying, we repeat our recommendations. This account is suspended. We recommend deleting all this. This is horrible. And the flag is supposed all these demands be made secretly by the EIPA. My view is that the government doesn't decide who can speak in the town square. actually the government may decide what to speak on social media platforms. We the people should decide what content, messages, video content should not be decided by other people.
Mr. Tidy, Mr. Schellenberg, do you believe that this censorship is a poor election purpose?
I absolutely believe there's no question.
Mr. Tidy?
So again, so Anthony, I'm sorry. So the overt partisanship of people involved in this operation, that was actually the reason it was moving forward. People all just assumed that the vote was, they assumed everyone was smart. They talked about potential election from the event. They talked about the lack of election participators. And even as someone who doesn't vote for Republicans, what was shocking is that these things, not just this family, but most of the censorship, we all think that there's a election.
Don't let you back.
All of us here today have heard the stories of deaths of human tragedy and atrocities, resulting in unpredictable brutality, including the massacre of innocent Jews and civilians on October 7th. Witnessing such barbarities feels hard for men. It demonstrates how hatred can drive humans to unspeakable things to support one another. And nowhere is hatred more evident than on social media. Since the October 7th attack, there has been an anti-Muslim hate sentences exploding globally. Just 1 month after the attack, hashtag Israel's right appeared in over 46,000 posts. Rhetoric is limited to hate speech and death threats. Jewish conspiracy theories and disinformation are simply behind the safe harbor on social media platforms. Even the racist and anti-Semitic Korean police computer was recently identified on Twitter/X by none other than its owner, Elon Musk, the right-wing government of the Tulsa. Terrorists use the platforms to terrorize target populations, and Hamas even used personal accounts of hostages and victims to live stream their brutality to incite violence. So how do you yes or no? Through social media companies allow rape and murder to be live streamed by terrorists on their platforms in order to incite violence. So your answer is no. It should not be allowed to.
Live stream murder.
But you have absolute response to this.
I do not have absolute.
Please don't ignore me. You have absolute. I've asked you a question. You answered it. You do have absolute policies in place that may have some limits affecting limits of your information.
With respect, I was involved in all this stuff.
Thank you, my friend. So Homeland Security official have issued an order to revoke censorship that apply application numbers that rape and murder should not be allowed to social media. So I have the same question. Yes or no? Should social media companies take down brutal images of rape and murder live streamed by Hamas and solely to incite ISIS? Yes, go ahead.
I believe they should follow their internal policies and those are absolutely not the content after that. And I continue to see what we worked on Christchurch shooting with the third that to spice through the attack with its horrifying horrific. We did have conversations with professional leads with social media as an international community to discuss terrorist use of internet. And this is why we try to remind them that we need to petition for social violence. These conversations were done in conjunction with social media companies, and it was up to them on their policies to make a decision on whether that met the threshold.
And that's exactly what we need to do. You talked about during your time in Trump White House, you experienced situations where information was shared on social media presented a national security concern.
Yes, there were multiple times and also reference to what happened at the El Paso shooting where responders for the replacement that manifested was posted on social media. That social media platform did not provide it. They did not remove it and notify people that might not be part of that shooting.
Okay, shifting gears, I want to ask about actual weaponization of the government, not bogus rhetoric or knowledge that chasing getting some reckless statement. In your time on Trump's National Security Council, how were NSC staff restrained and pushed back on the so-called deep state narratives?
Well, a lot of the time they fired.
And given what you saw in Trump's press
see many experts across the U.S. government and nations on this movement first. It's currently planning Budget 2025, which talks about exactly that. And I think that we see a lot of expertise replaced by loyalists. And as a result of that, we would see a lot of damage to things across the U.S. government. But I want to remind you all that all Americans realize in that there would be loyalists in charge of disaster related, like I mentioned, would be making these decisions.
So making sure that we have social media companies that are able to communicate with the federal government, ensuring to protect these lives and national security interests is Mr. Chairman, we know social media companies fail to adequately moderate content. Consistent failures to update deadly information from online shock songs results in real-world acts of violence. Instead, focusing on real individuals and academics, alarming companies that pop up or make up phones somehow make those things to America. And conservatives who have been witnessing as Trump provides Texans and enemies list right in front of our eyes. It's time for Republicans to stop gaslighting and elect policy.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent motion. Sorry, I ask unanimous consent to introduce in November 21, 2020 letter to Linda Yaccarino, CEO of X, Musk, owner of X, that signed by 25 members of Congress expressing great concerns surrounding X's failure to abide by its own policies governing the promotion of misinformation and hateful, violent, terroristic propaganda videos, and for using those videos for profit. Nothing.
Mr. Chairman, as unanimous consent to director of article CTI Health files on U.S. UK military contract to create speaking and global citizenship for 18 documents shown by artificial murder outside of ladies and gentlemen, for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just absolutely fascinating to me how from the super left side of this dais are calling these things conspiracy theories when just through the Missouri Biden case, there is a treasure trove of actual evidence in a court proceeding, witness testimony, factual evidence that shows that all of this has been happening under the Biden administration and that there is true censorship from this White House into the American. Mr. Schellenberg, I want to start with you. On November 2nd, 2020, posted an article on your Substack entitled FBI and DHS Director to Deceive Congress About Censorship. The post details Senator Paul's recent questioning of DHS Secretary Mayorkas and FBI Director Wray regarding the respective department's censorship activities. Notably, Secretary Mayorkas and Director Wray both testified that their agency personnel complied with and did not violate First Amendment rights by targeting constitutionally protected speech on social media platforms. Given what we have learned in this Missouri Biden case, and your investigative report is shining a light on the cyber threat intelligence. Is it fair to say that Secretary Mayorkas and Director Wray lied to Congress when they told Senator Paul that their agency personnel did not target constitutionally protected speech?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that they lied to Congress. They came short of their intention and their long and had those agencies were involved in creating censorship on social media.
And just how were they involved in this censorship? I don't want to read your whole article. Just
FBI agents were directly flagging content or saying this is violating censorship on Facebook like that. It's like DHS set up and DHS created the election integrity partnership that became right around the controversial process of making that censorship.
And based on them reaching out, a lot of these social media companies didn't have to like Hunter laptop, all these different activities. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can look at the context is that this was at a time when social media companies were being recognized to operate as examples of that. One of the most dramatic instances was Facebook comments to the White House saying it's being Facebook censoring content. It could lead to it. And as if you take the vaccine, Facebook responds that they were doing authorized content as its evidence.
Your piece also notes that Director Wray acknowledged that the FBI has been forced to alter its coordination with social media companies to comply with the injunction issued by the District Court of Appeals in Missouri by Would you agree that this is an acknowledgement that the FBI's prior censorship conduct does in fact violate First Amendment rights? Mr. Chairman, I've asked you to consent to interview by Mr. Schellenberger's substaff post for members. Unless Congress asks, will there be any consequences for these government officials who have actively supported censorship of certain
Like we all understand that it's against these kinds of activities, it's necessary to have some precedents that the government cannot point somebody else to violate the law, which is what it was over here. And I think in compliance reporting, I think Congress should establish the regular section 230 requiring that we the people are allowed to monitor content which is our legal interest and that it should not be consumed things in platforms. If you don't want to have section 230, then you can sue your publisher and that
Well, I worked on Section 230 legislation. The chairman is working on that. I think it's something that absolutely has to happen. This Congress still will be pretty First Amendment rights of that. It's clear to me that Congress must act to hold these government officials accountable. The censorship industrial complex, as is an existential threat to our First Amendment freedoms. Unless we come together to impose transparency and accountability measures to prevent government from engaging in such behavior, this activity will unfortunately continue. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of the chairman of the Free Speech Protection Act and the sponsor of the partnerships that are involved. This legislation is needed to ensure that government officials face significant consequences for engaging in the censorship and suppression of speech protected by our Constitution. Further, we must enact transparency measures so that officials cannot hide behind private partnerships in order to skirt around their legal obligations. Sadly, we cannot trust any federal officials to abuse their authorities or within the Constitution. It's up to Congress to ensure our First Amendment rights. The remaining time I have, Mr. President, we were able to respond to from Mrs. Rushing.
First of all, I just want to wrap it up. You said in the communications that a lot of First Amendment rights that we have accomplished is okay. We all operate under very serious restrictions on reliable information. So we have to navigate which one of those rules are going to change. And we always walking on that crust. So we're not speech absolutely. We're just not in favor of censorship. That's the issue. There's profound difference in litigating something like reliable information and having a formal activity on account. I see the committee working on their content without any process. That's what we work on.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for listening to me. Starting with first record, thank you, my producers, for that experience. Could this statement is a public text survey recognize respect by the parties we understand roughly these requirements to make the justice system work. Everybody here has heard of its intention. That drives the spirit of the opposition. We'll talk about that today. He also said that he was we all understand the importance of civil rights. This is information. That is why we're walking the dots. First, the dots is to read that someone takes your sensitive personal identified information or gives his private documents. They blast it out to the world without the person's permission. This harmful practice often targets political outspoken on advisors news outlets decided to use for individual bad actors and extended to Congress reports. This story, if you've ever been targeted by phones, or did it in some way, share how that experience is affected you.
Yes, I am the subject of many pieces of bullying, and it's been intimidating at times. At times, my family has had to leave our home, and it has been stressful and very to touch the wrong person properly. At times, these incidents have happened, and I personally managed to open the box of a number of President Trump's enactment of this cabinet filed to lawsuit against me, and so redacting my his team published it, and rightfully circulated it and circulated it on social media. Which I was actually concluding on that I've had access at the time, but at the time I felt very deeply for the family, and so quickly it was. I had to send law enforcement to their home and along with the executive detention chamber to their family, because I was out there working with them.
So, if we get another personal information from specific that's already
Certainly, information about my family has been published, information about it, believe it or not. I love my pets. I'm not a dog lover. I love Rango and Stevie. They're my two animals. I love them more than anything. I have kids, nieces. Certainly have pictures of them. So at times I've been truly devastated. I don't know how we can actually have to stick an innocent animal. Here's the thing, I know myself that other colleagues have been on the receiving end.
You've been targeted, mostly online, physically harassing, also been harassed from pet people.
Yeah. I certainly had harassment in public. I certainly had people basically troll and use our house, our security. I will tell you that I have turned on social media on this hearing because I know how this goes when scenarios like this happen, and I know it's happened to others who have testified in situations that happened to colleagues of mine, and the first communication line with complaint, I put that person in trouble in the White House, and then nothing was said.
So this message showing up that speech hasn't testified, tell us what you want.
I guarantee you, I've had so many conversations with people in national security, former members of Trump's own cabinet, who do not want to speak out publicly, even though they have the same concerns I do. And I think that there will be plenty of people in government service who will sit here and refute some of the claims and attacks against them. But it comes at a very personal cost. It comes at a cost to finances. It comes at a cost of safety to families who see Republicans, Republican members of Congress that I have to respect were not running for office again because they wanted to protect their families or the first thing in times that happened. Because then at the very risk and to someone like me.
Yes, it is. I would like to.
I can keep going.
No, I'd like to.
Well, we do it all up again.
No, I would like to ask you this.
The lady in the back, the super high, I would argue it's already here. You said you're in your statement, you want to get some spotlights again. I think it's already here. In the course of our investigation, this committee on January 15, 2021, the FBI said, Bank of America, tell us all of your customers' purchases in the Washington, D.C. area on a specific date. Customers transacting debit card and credit card, Washington Eastern purchases, and specific dates for this happening. Therefore, rattling for the therefore, anytime you want to, here's just a business model. And they pronounce that and, any, and they capitalize any. Any historic purchase going back 6 months of any weapons or weapon-related vendor purchases. That is frightening stuff. You gave the example of the FDA. I think it's already
Absolutely. I'm working on issues related to that in the US. Again, DMAT, America, they generally take the conservative side. Pastors, missionaries, overseas, they would demand with no explanation. Cases are very vague. This profile doesn't match. And it's sort of DMAT work that they generally take on one side of the legal spectrum.
By the way, let's, I think just what you said, this guy was royalty about the case, was not charged with anything, wasn't being held, was released, and that's the thing. Is that accurate?
Yes. Probably all happening around the same time.
He wasn't charged with anything, he didn't get access to anything.
So, the Trudeau government purchases that twice, of course, and one of the emergency factors to overcome peaceful protesting is the 1996 vaccine requirements that created the cause of yourself demand. This is what ended up happening
So, is there a realignment happening with that today? So, yeah, the Democrats elected those who work in the Republican administration. Republicans are right, or Democrats, or journalists. One was the hero of the environment, recognized by Time Magazine. The other one worked with Rolling Stone. And we write, foreigners come tell us, hey, don't let this stuff happen here. America does this way, all rules are even bigger trouble. It seems to me there's a realignment happening. I think I'd invite more Democrats to this. That's why I run this committee with the Democrats. Because the focus is on the First Amendment. I don't care whether you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, Conservative, Progressive. What I care about is the ability to speak, and to speak in a political fashion, and not have the government come after you for doing so. I think there is a total realignment happening in the culture and politics. I think it's starting to not what to do with the realignment.
Until very recently, I think free speech culture was uncontroversially embraced by both parties during the entire early period of war on terror. These issues strongly animated most of the Democrats that I knew, most of my friends were oppositions to laws like the Patriot Act, or at least concerned about the and most people understood, for instance, is you having cases like this on March, and the point about hate speech that we brought up before, I think it's important to point out that the reason that they affected those marchers is not because they like hate speech, they like Nazis, it's because the American tradition understands that the moment grants traditional rights to prohibit one kind of speech, you're going to have a whole series of opposing morals that are anti-Christian and afraid that next thing that happened Southern officials banding in the place of just police to sort of universally understood that America, for some reason, that has to protect their stuff. There's a speech.
There's really one last thing. Just to figure out this on the screen. I think this is interesting too. It tells you how upside down things are. You have testifying in front of today. This is more like it. Candidates, not like this. So what's happening? This is a phone call from one of the executives at Facebook with folks from the White House. The person having this just happens to be a former UK minister in the Labour Party. got a Canadian one, we got a member of parliament, or I think it's a Canadian. I'm afraid he's telling us about our rights law. This very kind of thing. This is how upside down it has gotten. Hey, I don't know. But people are never going to understand unless they public thing. This tells you what is going on. I think again underscoring how important this is, and it's not crazy, it's not bogus, it's not unfounded, as the gentleman said. Good, we certainly said it's not this. It's not.
Thank you so much. Just first, let's get correct stories first. The Republican that we all disagree with. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get that's unfortunate part of the minority. So rather than have like that's what we have choose the Republican. And I would remind you, especially when you didn't know that gentleman who walked over there, Lamar Smith, good man from Texas, was my first boss here when I was a staff with Rob Gordon, who was a member of the House over until the Bush administration. I'm staying where I am last Memorial and everything. Probably where I was. And I looked around at the Republican Party and shifted to the right. And I was exactly still where I was. And so realized I could not be part of that party anymore. But in asking some of these questions, one of the things that you brought up in the story that I thought was very interesting is the discussion of this loyalty test. And we have heard the president say it's ridiculous. And I bring this up because the loyalty test is about his use of the federal government to exact revenge on the Americans. Trump has said that he is going to weaponize this next administration. But in order to do that, he must have individuals who will do what he asks them to do outside of their duties in whichever specific position that is. And, I know that in the last administration, we've learned that the president was obsessed with loyalty. He said, we all want loyalty, we all want people who are going to give us their loyalty. Some of us think of loyalty as in a different way. I think of loyalty from my side as telling me when I'm messing up, telling me when something is wrong, because they don't want me to do the wrong thing. That is loyalty. President Trump has a different sense of loyalty. He's a giant entity. Even conducted loyalty tests in one-on-one interviews with political appointees across different agencies. Of course, I have been an appointee in a Republican administration, Democratic administrations. They have introduced you to see where your ideology is, but it is not necessarily to see if you are in blind allegiance to the president. In this one, it says that these two interviews were to root out threats and needs of subversive acts. Once again, Trump has pledged over agencies and expand this loyalty test to not just political appointees, non-political career employees who have spent decades building their knowledge and expertise and possessing valuable experience brings continuity to our government across different administrations. And when I worked at the Department of Justice, it was important in each one of the divisions to have one person who was a great person to sit in all of the discussions to ensure that there was continuity in government, that they're fighting for positions. This notion of throwing our systems and career officials like national security officials out the window is not political ideology. It should be troubling to us all. Story, when you're with the loyalty test, you can explain your purpose and get the job. I am very familiar with the test. The staff say do not have the credentials officially into very senior roles in national security. impact disaster community. I'm not a big fan about that on Jesus because this person is particularly going to be in charge. They have no background in it, not understand how the emergency works list, not understand FEMA, not understand what it takes to push this through the process. And I would say that should local folks be placed in positions like this going forward, able to test and everything, it will not apply effectively. It will then not follow the regulations and procedures. I think we are getting down the path that will affect all of us because now the Democrats or Republicans, I know that in the Trump administration, for example, there was a fire management assistance grant from California during the 2018 wildfires. He said where Trump did not want to issue the grant. In fact, I believe he's withdrawn on because he had been at the time. We give them the time because they were not received. In Kentucky, that was only Mr. Donald Trump has shown that Orange County voted in his favor majority, that he finally released that aid. That should not play a role in how we respond to American citizens when they are in need, especially things like disasters. I look at Florida, and I see Ron DeSantis, who is a Republican. I think the caucus in Florida, primarily Republicans, who are always in hierarchies at times, and I think that will take more life through them than aid is not the solution on the American office. Thank you very much.
They get this package covered nicely. Any need breaks, let's go.
There was a very odd oppositional dynamic in this community, which is trying to get at it by this year. You said something along the lines that there's social media censorship and this conservative sort of thing, conservative imagination, this possible sign that red here, bogus red here. You're aware of the Missouri versus Biden district court decision citing evidence that the White House and the FBI system all engaged in reporting the social media censorship preliminarily in Georgia. You're aware that the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has reviewed that and found that the findings of this court were well supported by evidence and modified its mainstream source preliminary injunction, which the government verified. Are you aware of all that? And doesn't that conclude that all of this is a figment of the imagination?
I am aware of the decision. I also know that I have not never said that this is conspiracy. I've not heard that knowledge.
So you believe there is censorship going on by means of social media?
I want to speak to my experience, and I will say that I've sat with a lot of different meetings with social media companies and with their decision. And I will say that when content was removed, it was ultimately up to them.
Yeah, but see, that's what the court has said is the problem, is that the agencies have engaged in this subterfuge where they say the courts will make the decision. They're all moving to the point that they're constantly involved in mixing government involvement. Absolutely correct. Mr. Shelburne, what do you nothing where Twitter files reveal these connections, right? Direct connection between Ellis Chan and the FBI and social media, assistant in social media. Your further inquiry, yours was playing reveal connection like which called the censorship industrial complex. Connection between systems, funding, these adjacent agencies, Stanford, people at Stanford, people at the University of Washington, and so they can offload this exact subterfuge and they can creep on stuff and stop narratives from taking hold. But now your CPI leak shows yet another dynamic in two ways. You've got this guy, we want to get his name out there for folks, Pablo Brewer. He's the commander with the Special Operations Command, I believe, and he's involved in this CPI leak. They got Israeli, British intelligence. You say this in part of your report. The authors of your report advocated for police, military, and intelligence involvement in censorship across Five Eyes nations, and even suggested that everyone should be involved. Why is that significant?
not lying to me, obviously. But do it as quickly as you can, because I wonder if they ever really forgive you. Because,
police areas inside of it would say, that's our country, nations that are kind of brothers, and said, speech comes as the First Amendment, it comes before governments. We're inside in Europe, the king would decide whether you can say things in N-word or you can say it otherwise.
here's what it tells me that you're chilling. This supervisor, I'm minding your relative, but if they can't do it correctly, they have got institutions, academic, pseudo-academic institutions involved. If they find that that's going to be one, because we're going to take the funding away because it's U.S. agency funding, then they get the Five Eyes involved. If they can't stop it here in the United States, they go to the European Union or the other governments to say, or Canada, to deem this stuff to be threatened. And that's what the dynamic defense is. This is a big deal. Every personal minority value is talking about Donald Trump. Everything destroying the country. Concerned, if you're genuinely concerned about Donald Trump is a threat. What we're talking about in the nation, all of them are threatening to you because we're talking about setting precedents and diminishing the ability of Americans to express themselves. Supervisor, back to you. Republicans have been involved in this, by the way. Former Chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Pat Thornberry, helped to reveal the Smith money back. Nancy Haley said the other day, y'all not going to allow them to have anonymous Twitter accounts. What do you think of this dynamic that I described and that you're seeing in this country? The party that established, right, delivers established fundamental principles of free speech through the Warren Court, and that continue consistently by the Supreme Court. Now they're under threat. And the other side of just wants to talk about Donald Trump. What's going on?
So, look, I can't speak to what's happening here in the situation. What I can point to is the fact that when he is mentioned, right, to express himself freely has been under threat. And it happened in a very short period of time. It just happened under years. And it's happening all over the world. It's happening in Ireland. Ireland is about to pass legislation, which is one of the most draconian hate speech laws in the world. They're trying to stamp out hate. How does one stamp out hate? It's part of the human condition. And this is extremely worrying. The government cannot define hate, but yet have this legislation. It can even come down to a situation where you can have a meme on your phone and Irish police have the authority to come and arrest you, even if you have a chairman. And this is where we're going. We're going straight out of minority because determined that they're allowed to be hateful and they will arrest you. And this is happening in the Western liberal democracy. So we have to look at the warning signs. We have to look at what's happening in Canada. We have to look at what's happening in Ireland and France and India. And you're absolutely right. Governments will find ways to go about censoring people. We know that's happened in the Biden administration, where they've got media companies like Facebook and Twitter to deplatform the content of their sites, which they find right. But since it comes from a private platform, it doesn't violate the First Amendment in those rights. And it was under duress from the federal government. There are grounds to believe that it violates the Spirit of the First Amendment.
Not all right. So, that is so right.
Superman.
process of laying out his agenda for a new current president. Donald Trump is very, very clear what he intends to use to really achieve the things that we are fearful will happen. It's very clear. He said so publicly in his rallies. Just a couple of weeks ago, he reposted on social media calling for the New York Attorney General these two individuals we remember, House Judge Civil case, clearly use his power as president to attack the judicial system. He has since gone on to attack those on social media by any of our places, take them out of the one example of a large competitor is Trump's memory is repeatedly used this position of power to simply conspiracy theories and the minds of his foreign ratified letter make threats of prosecution. Words that come, particularly when there's bias in the case, certainly all of us concerned about the legislation comes forward as a result of these hearings. What is the legislation that would eventually I guess I'm not going to ask you first, where is the Senate we've seen real consequences of Trump's speech. We saw it so what happened when their FBI agents and of course during those subsequent so this is where their experience in the White House is how much they need to just
Absolutely, and some of the examples that I provided are examples of how government was used against people all the time. And honestly, when I heard the statement, it felt like we were describing that blip for 4 years within the Secretary of State years I saw them coming into position. Almost word for word, to be honest. And I was thinking about it and what the future does for issues like this, because that is sort of government economics, to use the government to disfavor, to attack levies, and to silence any dissent and fire these intelligence agencies just from telling the truth about potential foreign adversaries. Things that happened with our election, or really just sort of taking a stand on things they wanted to do in foreign policy that would put us into a very dangerous place.
Some links back to
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the life of me, I cannot find anywhere in the public notices, in our meeting memos, in our congressional hearing documents, any mention of where this is occurring. It escapes me. I know we have a literacy crisis in this country, and I am shocked that it has made its way to the House of Congress. I think we should just have that. Any
regardless, we should all be concerned about our constitutional rights. We should always be protecting our constitutional rights. And so I would encourage my Democratic colleagues that maybe they should focus on the evidence that is being presented here, because it impacts all Americans, not just Republicans. It impacts you. So I think that you guys should do something to address the weaponization of government in a bipartisan fashion, because it has tremendous impacts on our everyday life. So I'm going to just jump right into it. Ms. Joy, I appreciate you being here. My colleague, Mr. Bishop, touched on this, but I want to just make sure that I am exceptionally clear. You said that the government is not taking social media for this academic and this is where it's taken. You said that the censorship of American people is quote the result of social media companies exercising their First Amendment rights. Former Vice President Pence team. Yes, and so someone who is familiar with White House officials, you can confirm that the Deputy Assistant to the President and Director of Digital Strategy, Rob Flattery, and the White House Senior Advisor, Andrew Slavic, are indeed government officials and not social media executives, correct? So, on February 6, 2021, at 9:45 p.m., I just love the New York Times news stories, okay? It helps tremendously. When Mr. Flattery emailed Twitter executives and the immediate approval of the House to Biden's adult daughter, he stated, they approved this account immediately. He also stated, quote, I have tried to use your phone 3 times, it won't work. I think this is ridiculous that I need to upload my ID to prove that I am an authorized representative of the president. 2 minutes later, at 9:47 p.m., Twitter executives responded saying, thanks for sending this up, we'll escalate what we're doing here. He shot back. I cannot stress the degree to which this needs to be resolved immediately. Those accounts were suspended now. Now, fast forward about a month. Mr. Slavic, Biden's White House Senior Advisor, said in writing, you know, it would be nice to establish trust with Twitter executives. Internally, we have been considering what our options are and what to do about non-compliance. Is that a threat? Would you consider that a threat from White House officials to social media company executives to censor Americans' First Amendment rights? I think you would find that if you were in that position, what would you do? Well, actually, I can tell you because I've had conversations with social media companies during the Trump administration, Ronald, on my business office, where I did social media company, and we did say, which includes schools not possible, because the U.S. missionary was killed brutally in Cameroon. And Charles Lester from Indiana was rather submissive as a Republican, and Indiana's legislator, which was rather brutally. And the ambassador, the Cameroon U.S. ambassador, did weigh in and say, can you do things how your fathers would like to notify? And they said, yes, we can. For these students from the villages of their father, and it cost for between 2 and 4 years in Cameroon. Absolutely, that's right. That is why it's bringing in people that I've got to represent here. So, Mr. Trump, what I'm saying is, I just because that, I presented you with a parody account for the White House that was taken down. A parody. That is a very different situation than graphic photos of a tragedy. Would you agree? I absolutely. That's a simple enough situation. Where? Mr. Right, you cannot distinguish between a parody account and memes and jokes versus graphic photos. That's a problem. I can't distinguish the graphic photos. I just laid it out for you, but I'll agree with your time. I'm going to switch to you, Mr. Sean Rose. Thank you guys for appearing here before. In very short order, I have to go up here before the CDC Director, Dr. London. Please talk about the treasure trove of evidence that you have found with regard to the CDC silencing on-the-ground epidemiologists such as Dr. Jay Bhattacharya and the impact that that has had on public health and the health of various Americans around the country because of the CDC activities silencing those diseases.
I'm going to inspire as well. Very briefly, during the crisis, you need free speech to respond and have these issues with debate them. We saw this American ideologist at our window and speak for
something it's not true or it's true. It's believed to produce undeniable result. Now, this is extreme behavior. It's not arbitrary. It's that's correct. So he was later identified as an original issues. What it was considered to be against the policy of our government. So he was rescued in the country in 2021, which is exactly what the first Olympics is designed to do.
Just want to have a program that will take a lot longer than this. And that's the question about this time. Clarity is that step. That's why we say that this opinion is going to come in and answer these questions about why the White House was taking these steps.
Chairman, my colleagues and friends from North Carolina and Florida ask why we are talking about Donald Trump. The answer is because this subcommittee is called the Subcommittee on Weaponization of the Federal Government. And because of that, we actually, the only evidence that we have here before us today about the weaponization of the federal government is from this report. It has outlined detailed, I'm sure she has more detail, how Donald Trump weaponized the federal government against his enemies and for his own political interests, and how he intends to do it. Again, if we really want to talk about the weaponization of the federal government, we should talk about it. And that's Donald Trump. That's not this grand, crazy conspiracy of how, administration utilize social media companies and so the First Amendment does not apply in order to suppress speech. This is actually the second hearing now on the Twitter files with the same witnesses that we had. The first hearing, I asked Attorney Jordan if he could identify any evidence of the government, the Biden administration, actually censoring anyone making through the social media companies. He pointed out to me an email January 22nd from Clark Hubbard to flag a tweet that was from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as evidence. The problem was, the chairman did not acknowledge this. The tweet was never taken down. How can you have censorship if the tweet was not taken down? And since March 9th, that hearing, this committee has had 29 witnesses. I will not list them all. You're the chairman, so I'm sure you're responding. The 29 witnesses have testified, and every single one testified. The government never coerced pressure on any social media content. Mr. Taibbi, I introduced a letter that I led to X. Let's call it X now that we on us as a for when it was Twitter. November 21st. Have you read this? Well, do you think it would be problematic if X leaves up terrorist violence and propaganda violation of the terms of service? Terrorist violence? If it violates their terms of service, is it problematic? Aha! They're a private company and they can do what they want with content. Do you think it's problematic that X would profit off of terrorist violence, propaganda, and content on their social media platform? First of all, just go back to just answer the question one at a time. Do you think it's a problem if they profit off of it? So let me just move on because you said that the biggest concern, I'm sorry, you said the biggest concern that you had was systematic flags for social media. Now, the Stanford EIP that you're talking about, I'm sure you are aware, has documented that the social media platforms they flagged potentially problematic tweets took action only 35% of the
Hunter, you said the biggest problem, and let me just ask you this real briefly. You would agree that these flags, these systematic flags that you saw, were flags for violation of terms of service on social media. Is that right?
Sometimes in the case of instances like one with Tabasco, where actually was a violation.
Well, that may be the case, but the flag was for violation of terms of service.
It's for their interpretation.
And then the social media company has to determine whether or not it is actually a violation of their terms of service. And in 87% of those flags, they were not removed. Mr. Schellenberger, at a brief time, you said that the censorship, the biggest problem you have is the censorship that you talk about is election interference. Do you agree that Russia used social media, including Twitter, to interfere in the 2016 presidential election? Yes. Thank you. Now, we've also briefly, if I may, switch this back to some time to your colleagues on that. We talked about the Hunter Biden laptop and how the FBI believes some of them. You are aware, of course, that the laptop, so to speak, was actually a hard drive that the New York Post admitted here was not authenticated as real. It was not the laptop the FBI had. You're aware, right? It was the same contents. How do you know? Because it's the same. I mean, you have to authenticate it to know it's the same contents. You have no idea. You know hard drives thing that you manipulated.
We used to see your first day in conspiracy to construct the contents of the
No, sir. The problem is that hard drives can be manipulated by Russians. Russ, what's the evidence of that? Well, there is actual evidence of it. There's no evidence there. So you're engaging with this. I'm glad you agree with me, Mr. Schellenberger, that transparency is the most important thing. My last question for you is, do you think it would be transparent if Hunter Biden came to this conference and testified publicly more transparent than he testified publicly?
I mean, look, I've never thought about it. I have no idea.
I don't know. They never thought about it. Public testimony more transparent than private testimony? Are you feeling sure that I yield back?
On this, I take no action.
That's what you just said.
Mr. Schellenberger, is 13% censorship, and the other 87% is what we call the chilling effect that the courts have long recognized that they engage in. And that is the problem.
So by the way, part of the operation was to change the terms of service. Using the concept to change the terms of service. You see, there was 35% of the URLs that were restricting activities were labeled removed from software pages. That's all forms of censorship.
But 65% were not. So how can the government be so coercive? Is the first amendment?
That's about powerful the government. The First Amendment says the government can censor.
The devil has his life.
They're flagging the social media.
35% of the First Amendment.
It's not the First Amendment. It's the terms of service, as you said, and they're flagging it for the social media companies to make their own decisions. That is not the First Amendment. That is the terms of service.
Congressman, you're an attorney. You know that former representatives are.
And I know that it's on appeal in front of the Supreme Court right now.
So that was fun. I got to the heart of the issue. Analyzing Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. You know, when you were here in March, I commented the sunshine is the best disinfectant that this place needs to repeat. We've been working hard to do that over the last 7 months, but it hasn't been easy in our public teams. Mr. Schellenberger, when you last testified before our subcommittee, he responded to a question from Chairman Jordan that he asked about the underlying laptop story. And quote what you said. You said, quote, now maybe the FBI agents were going to Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook and the Twitter executives were warning about it and were warning about a hacking link potentially involving Joe Biden. Maybe those guys didn't have anything to do with the guys that had the laptop. We just don't know. You know what? Now we do know. We know after interviewing Laura Kellogg's what the time of the Hunter Biden laptop story was on the Foreign Influence Task Force. We have learned from her that she and others on that task force did in fact know about the laptop before the New York Post story broke, and they knew it was nurses, the police of the Twitter files has continued to expose the extent of the censorship in industrial complex. These discoveries show the importance of your testimony and the oversight work that has been done by this committee. What do you think this shows in terms of the complexity and scope of the censorship industrial complex? What I mean by that is, even though the control of information was over a year ago, or approximately a year ago, we're still really good at to understand the extent of what the government is engaged in truth crime.
Yeah, I think really the most important thing that shows is that the central service of this wasn't that they were meant to be publishing this in their background. They did tweet or choose on Twitter or something like that. The disinformation that was printed, myself on people friends, me, said that was something about the Hunter Biden laptop, which we now know was actually the Hunter Biden laptop, to verify now else. So it created the perception that it was disinformation manipulation. Today. So that's what it did, and that's how these guys in Cincinnati all thought about it. It's about all these operators that are using wage and disinformation campaigns and psyops and artificials to turn those troops against the American people.
And that's critical. They have been turned against the American people. What do you think about the fact that the FBI agents turning Twitter about hacking were the same agents who have existence?
Like you said, I was trying to read before the show to talk about something here on the side of the shot. And you would have Afghanistan on this operation in 2019, and then seeding the idea that happened. And it wasn't just asking us to sustain it. Remember, they used it as a pretext to attack other resources of bullets. The journalists like us who read information, we can publish it and protect it. So Stanford is tackling that precedent, saying journalists should no longer qualify for news reports. They should no longer report when information leaks. They should not do a bad eye analysis of publishing these files. Leakers by patriotics. It was absolutely, really absolutely, this was wrong, it was a violation of First Amendment, it was a violation of the right of the spirit of the word. That's the kind of thing. To see these institutions that we established working against free American tradition of journalism,
it's shocking. This summer, again, here in the House, we are exposing U.S. government censorship by proxy that uses social media companies, academia, and private companies to circumvent First Amendment. At the same time, we are watching with horror as the democracies in Europe and Canada are not even trying to hide their efforts to censor their citizens. We know where this is going, and without exposure and reform, it could be doomed to stay defeated. We are hoping to stay discussing the impacts of the online news act and the other censorship efforts seen in European nations. And we issue stern warning that I hope all Americans will take upon. Could you describe the trends that you are seeing and what tools or mechanisms of control these governments are trying to insert to our presentation?
Thank you for that question. Some of the examples are from the testimonies that we as one office working to prevent census pioneer as far as certainly the vote offices concerned. China to years it's now the best. And we went out and placed protesters, punished them, weaponized the financial system, weaponized the government against them, and teach them a lesson. You can't do this ever again. And this sort of thing, I think, can kill the effect people's ability to express themselves freely. That's certainly happening now. And what's happening prior to the pandemic, mentioned what's happening in France, being directed on online speech. All of these things are just extremely problematic. And I want to say something here. What is under threat here is core value of Western civilization. That is what is being undermined. And that goes back to the enlightenment. That is what we have to fight for. And the way you tackle disinformation, all of these things which are bandied about or censored, that's exclusion. All of us think that goes back to the enlightenment. That's what I want to Thank you, Mr. Tribune, Mr. Schellenberger, thank you for that, and just thank you for working so hard on the technology reports. Really, really hard, terribly competitive in this world. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, in 2017, as some of you may recall, one of Trump's first official actions as president was to issue a chaotic executive order barring any traffic in 7 predominantly Muslim countries, effectively serving as a personal ban. He continued these attacks on him for the previous rounds of presidency. And he has promised to shoot countries, including Canada, that its work permits, execute the largest deportation measure in human history, ensuring immigrant children of American citizenship have been born here and raised in this Muslim land, destroying and devising Muslim programs. Can you tell us, as a national security expert, how what happened when that ban took place? Was there advice given? Where's the information? There were differences between Mr. Hungary and his intelligence officer there was significant discussions on intelligence assessment. I would say that there were heated discussions and meetings with members of the Trump administration as to politically divide the intelligence assessments to suit the countries that they wanted on the list. There was pushback against advice from career intelligence officers, senior intelligence officers, and myself about the question of these assessments. I will tell you that it went to the extent where there were senior officials who what they considered to be intelligence input and saying to be an official reporting intelligence assessments and saying you can report facts, which was appalling to me because that is not how the intelligence communities operate. So there were numerous situations like that. And that was kind of sort of dependent based on critical issues like this, which had numerous matters of national security that I can't get into because they're classified. Those matters of national security were discussed between countries, and the impacts on travel were serious and they were raised.
So in the execution that happened, please to us or share with us interagency actions in the immediate context of the travel was exciting.
As we were told by the deposition, especially with the witness, as you saw, there was chaos in the pictures you saw. We did not have the proper time to figure out how we would using information of how we would send out, especially the aftermath of it, and we were receiving pages sitting at airports teasing everyone's masturbation about what was happening. The leadership of the party was not participating in it. That's kind of how that went down.
This is from newly elected president who did not understand the levers of power that I can only imagine in the next administration if we get elected, what we would do understanding that an individual who has a long history of racist controversies, who has xenophobia, who is usage of what is the 1991 book by John McDonald, Trump's criticism of Black empowerment, who says, Black guys counting my money, I hate it. The only kind of people I want counting my money are short guys who wear gauntlet everything. And the guy is lazy, traveling around slow. Because laziness is a trait of ours. It really is. I believe it's out of his control. And the question about it is that the stuff McDonald said about me is probably true. This is an individual and is in the White House. Tonight, I think comment about legitimate prejudice and should go back to
of senators, President Senator McCarthy issued a two-sided statement with over 130 national security experts. He explained how Trump had routinely notified the president's electorate, which among other things he explained would predict to be the command region. Many of us saw it better than demonizes individuals. Immigrants are morally persecuted. But what effect does the fact of feedback on national security stability when Trump broadly demonizes immigrant groups in his country? Why have the governor immigrants been which the president said were racist, right? I remember that. And I will say that it leads to anti-immigrants, it leads to taxing immigrants, it leads to situations like when they keep these narratives, it leads to mass shootings. In the past week, when I was in Michigan, and we talked about this anti-immigration taxing. It leads to situations like that. It leads to the violence and hate that we're continuing to see in the United States in this country. I will tell you that it also speaks to a scenario that really was when Trump with China and this, and he did it on purpose. He taxed the Asian people in this country, increased during the pandemic. That is one thing that I know was recognized internally in the White House, and that rhetoric includes taxing Asian Americans here, Asians in our country. I will tell you that my police took that very seriously and did not use a continuing to police ties that he has for censoring.
Back, we got one more listener section. Trump's on our side. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Upstairs, the CDC directors testified about this. I get a chance to ask them about the CDC buying using taxpayer data to buy information from American citizens. Everyone was talking about censorship. First Amendment and the Fourth Amendment are what make the United States a republic. No other government indicates the promise of essential trust protection, speech, and privacy. They've also held up and incredibly misleading listening devices, drones, telephoto lenses. The first time we talk about surveillance. The problem is I don't know if this is how we're going to deal with privacy. The First Amendment means that the government has no power to restrict expression of its message, its ideas, and something like that. Look at the third option of this one. I've probably run into governments trying to extensive efforts to censor speech on social media. Both these sides of this. We talk about it. People think it's we were pretty cool. I want to talk about just Mr. Shelburne. What is the election integrity partnership? What is it? The election integrity partnership was the idea for it came from cybersecurity agency. It was collaboration for NGOs led by Steve that was trying to flag content and merge social media platforms to censor it. And the government was involved in funding it and carrying it effective. Actually, the prosecutors wanted 75% of the cocktails being flagged, 35% of those cases. So, Frank, you earlier wanted to jump in on this subject. The question is the government involved in engaged in censoring speech?
It's variety of other things. It's also worth pointing that you brought up purchasing geolocation data. Many of the companies that
it's already involved from my side. Records director. He just blatantly said, I don't care. Just do it. In June of 2021, Systems Recovery Board infamous task force created a business malinformation team. MDM was malinformation. It's accurate information that could that how the example of this is often true stories of vaccine side effects that might be so not only were they censoring information they claimed to be inaccurate, they were censoring accurate information. And they're continuing to do that. Not only that, with CCIL and leaders of the Standard and Observatory emphasized that malinformation was the main event. Stopping narratives was the main event. Because smaller stuff, the inaccuracies, was less of a concern. And we focused on the big objectives, in this case, so an agency department and created by the government partnership and created by the government partnership by the government's number one state is to censor information. Real narratives, ways that should terrify everybody. And one big conversation. It's just that the Democrats are very, very concerned about President Trump. I've asked them, and you said to President Trump, would you want him to control censorship apparatus? Would you want that, given all the things that you said? Would you like him to be able to call Twitter and Facebook President Trump and say, this man is such a problem?
Bill yields back to your comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you for this.
I do want to pick up this right now. Thank you. You said just a few minutes ago that this is about Western civilization. You said it well. The First Amendment, Fourth Amendment are the heart of it. That's why we do certain things. But if I think you're just saying that he's almost too nice. It's not debating. It's stealing. It's taking. They're taking someone's property. That's what they did to this guy. You should be thinking about police one day when they care. Does never happen. This they to our police stations. I think some of them come back. I said that I think we should make it important. I mean, the First Amendment and Fourth Amendment are that darn important. And but for your work that you're doing, each of them, I don't know that we have all the information. Someday someone's going to recognize folks, you know, recognize folks like you, willing to stand up, coming from the other party, most of this is against conservatives, Republicans, not against all of them. They're going to write, when they write the issue, they're going to say, these two guys stepped forward, along with a few others, to bring this to make the country aware of this. And we've done now 4 reports from system, from the FTC, on this entire system, that the BIP, all these guys are working on, and others that started here. So we'll have you back when you come. We'll definitely have you back too. So thank you all for being here.
Ouch. The fuck? Still up there.